Alright. Hello. How's it going, everyone? Welcome. Welcome back to the Toxic Lounge. How's it going? Oh shit, what up, Chill Phil? Oh shit, what up to you? I saw some people on the chat say, oh no, this stream started too late, it's 1 AM for me. Well, don't worry. If you're still here, welcome to Chill Reading. This stream is not about crazy moments or visuals or any funny stories. This is here to relax. If you're going to sleep right now, I'm not saying that you have to fall asleep to this stream, but this stream is meant to be relaxing. So, if you're gonna go to sleep right now, I wholeheartedly recommend you to stay. I have disabled all loud notifications, all pings, all text-to-speech voices. We're putting on some outside rain noises in the background. We have some chill creepypasta music to read stuff to right now. Chameleon says, I'm asleep then. It's 1 AM. Hell yeah. If you want to fall asleep to the sound of my voice, be my guest. If you want to interact with the chat, I'll be interacting with the chat a little bit at the very start, but after that, I'll just be reading, okay? So, just stay by the bar, stay by the table, and let me just read out some SCP Foundation stories for you, so that you can relax and sleep to it. Sounds good? Sounds good. Thank you, Turtle King. Thank you, Kevin, for the 1 gifted. Neon Cartoon says, I'll be working to this. That also works. This is for everyone that just needs some chiller vibes for when you're drawing, sleeping, relaxing. Just in general, something way more low-key than my regular streams, you know? Hey Diamond Soul, thank you for the $5. Why not start with a classic with 096? Yeah, I should probably start with the classics. The way that this stream is going to work is that I will be reading off of the scp/wiki.wikidot.com website. For those that do not know what that is, it's a collaborative effort between sci-fi horror writers to invent a secure, contain, and protect foundation, which takes many anomalous objects and seals them for the protection of humanity. We will start with some regular SCP objects and subjects, and then we'll move on to chat suggestions for some of the more weirder or like obscure ones. I will not be able to read you everything that's on the site, because there are literally thousands of entries, but I will be able to read you some interesting ones at least. Kevin Crowfat says, I can't wait to watch the Game Awards with the Toxic Cesspit. I wanted to watch it with my friends, but they're too busy tomorrow. I'm gonna be inviting Azazel to that stream, by the way. She's excited. Apparently, there's a chance that Half-Life 3 may come in there. I would be interested if either Silk Song or Half-Life 3 get announced on the Game Awards. So that'll be interesting. Hey Coden, thank you for the super chat. Say it's eternity in there, in that tone, please. It's eternity in there. Don't really know why you wanted that, but alright. Hey Static Ghost, thank you for the $2. Hello, Phil and Chad. Hello. Jesus de lo Verde has been a member for 6 months and says, if you want some really disturbing SCPs, I recommend 3515 and 1562. Those are truly horrifying. Yeah. I'll be taking on suggestions from the chat as I continue to do this stream. No way, was that an Mises Blue reference? Not sure. I'll have to watch Mises Blue myself to know about that. It's been a while since I've watched SFM animations on YouTube. Sorrow texts on the chat and says, Hi Phil, first time chatting. I'm gonna listen to this stream while studying for an exam I have tomorrow. Good luck on that. I think some of you college students got finals this month. Hopefully you'll be able to pull through. As someone that barely managed to pull through on their own college journey, I can tell you, Sometimes it feels like stuff is impossible, and you put a lot of weight on yourself and a lot of responsibility. But don't worry. If you fail or succeed, you'll still be alive tomorrow. And you'll still be able to live and enjoy life, regardless of the results that will come in. Just make sure that you don't lose your mind, okay? Hey Nick Creator, thank you for the super chat. The one thing missing from your bar is a bowl of nuts. Well, that would be cute. Like right next to the glasses. I might ask Azazel to edit some of those in, actually. Hey Kirito, thank you for the $5. Eternity will come before Half-Life 3. You do say that, but wouldn't it be really funny if Half-Life 3 was revealed before the release of Silksong? The Silksong fanbase would not be happy with that. Hey Diego, thank you for the 5 months. Fun fact, Radagger, the SCP author, has a series debunking those SCPs for kids' animated channels like Rubber and Detective Void. Huh? I don't know what that is. Hey Fantasy Freak Studios, thank you for the $5. I don't know anything about SCP, not even what it stands for. Can you give a small brain like me a rundown, please? Of course, of course, of course, of course. I mean, before we read those entries, we have to explain what the Foundation is in the first place. There is a guide for newcomers, though, so I will read you this introduction page before we look at any of the specimens laid out before us. Tarkat super chats and says, I suggest you do SCP-4666. Yol Man, since it's Christmas soon. That is an amazing suggestion. I'll have it on this list that I have next to me, and I will read out as many suggestions as I can. Thank you, Dav, for the 5 gifted memberships. Kevin Crowfat donates again and says, imagine having Silksong, GTA 6, and Half-Life 3 releasing on the same year. The internet would stop. Purple Max donates $2 and says, do SCP-3006. That one is my favorite. Good thing that I have a list of all the stuff that I'm gonna be reading for this stream. I'm not gonna go on for 6 hours like I did the Jeff the Killer one, but I'll go on until I get bored. How about that? All I want is Bloodborne for PC. If Bloodborne ever comes to PC, that will be the first Souls-like game that I will ever stream on the channel. How about that? Sounds good? Do the IKEA one. What is the IKEA one? The Infinite IKEA? Can you do SCP-4201, please? It's my favorite. I'll put it on the list. Hopefully I don't forget about it. Every time I finish one of the SCP articles, I'll look into the chat and see if there's anyone still awake that wants theirs read out next. How about that? The Infinite IKEA is great. Yeah. Oh, Foster got a membership. Phisnom gifted membership. Oh yeah. Welcome to the Toxis Espin. The Infinite IKEA is a really creative one. I've heard people comparing it to like the back rooms. I'm not really sure how that works, honestly. Alright. By the way, if you were here just a few minutes ago, I just finished playing the game My Side on the channel today. I just finished playing it and streaming it, and oh my god, that was a really good game. If you're ever interested in one of those Yandere Simulator / Doki Doki Literature Club type of games, I recommend you check it out. It was genuinely way better than I thought it was gonna be going into it. Hey, Resting Lich Face, thank you for the $2. Hey, Phisnom, how much do you know about SCP? I think very little. The surface level details, at least. You know, the SCPs that were made or featured into games. I know about the guy that, like, can transfer his consciousnesses into other people's bodies using an amulet. I forgot his name, though, but he seems to be like a recurring character in the lore. I know the structure of O5. I know some of the more widespread, like, apocalyptic SCPs. I know some of the really funny ones, like the two-person horse. Dr. Bright, of course. Yeah, I know about Dr. Bright. Catlington says, I'm a fan of the SCP universe for quite a while now. People might have better suggestions than I, so I think I'll just enjoy your voice reading of them. Hell yeah. Like I said before to the people that are just coming into the stream, if you think that this stream is way too late and that you're gonna go to sleep, you're more than welcome to. This stream is supposed to be there for people that want to sleep, that want to relax, that want just something in the background for them to relax to. So, don't worry, you're not gonna be missing out much by not watching. If you have YouTube Premium, you can actually turn off your phone screen and just listen to my voice while you're doing something else. If you don't have YouTube Premium, I'm sorry, but at least I promise you that I'll keep the ads turned off, so no spooky ads are just gonna pop up out of nowhere and, like, wake you in the middle of the night. God's Lethal says, I would recommend SCP 5000, but I would understand if it doesn't get chosen to be read, as it's really, really long. Well, we can leave that for later, right? I'm not gonna go into long ones right away, but I'm gonna start small, and with the really well-known ones, and then I'm gonna work my way through the suggestions until I get to, like, big entries, you know? Kevin Crowfat says, this stream will be my background noise while I play Brotato. What a weird-sounding game, eh? Your one and only donates $2 and says, I would recommend SCP 5094. That's a nice one. Alright, that's going into the list. Let me adjust this for a little bit. Dav says, SCP 5000 is one of my favorites. Genuinely some very good storytelling. Interesting. His name is Dr. Bright, and there was a bit of a problem with the guy who wrote him. Aww. I'm not looking to read into any drama right now. I just want to read out some spooky entries. Speaking of which, we should start with that right now. Can you read SCP-2852? Remind me of that later when I'm looking for suggestions on the chat. How about that? Okay, so for Fantasy Freak Studios, and for everyone else that does not know the SCP Foundation, let's read the Guide for Newcomers. Introduction. Hello, new user, and welcome to the SCP Wiki. I'm sure you've already had a lot of questions before you even clicked on this guide. What is this site about? Where do I start reading? How do I write an SCP? How do you pronounce Keter? What is Keter? To spare you all the trouble of having to navigate blindly through over 10,000 pages of content, this introduction aims to answer as many of these questions as we can, hopefully without taking too much time. Let's read through these. What is this place about? This is the SCP Foundation Wiki, a collaborative writing site based around the premise that, in essence, magic is real. It's not exactly like traditional fantasy-style magic that you've come to know, but that's the best way that we can describe the stuff that we have here. Anomalies. Items and critters that do not follow the rules of nature as we know them. Staircases that go on forever. Mechanical gods from the beginning of the time. Otherwise, regular humans who reshape reality with their mind. These are the kinds of things that, if known to the public, could cause mass hysteria and start wars on scales unprecedented. Due to that, there exists an organization called the SCP Foundation, whose job is to research paranormal activity, keep these creatures and objects concealed from the public, and protect humanity from the horrors of the dark. That's the long and short of it. This place is a place where a bunch of different people write stories about an organization that keeps the inexplicable under lock and key. Except instead of just calling it magic, we use sciencey terms like ontokinesis or thaumatology. The site started as a horror/creepypasta site, so the majority of the older content is focused around that. But since then, we've expanded our horizons, and nowadays you can find any type of writing that you'd want, from novella-length adventures to one-line jokes. Why is everything contradictory? To reach 10,000 articles on site, we had to let go of the idea of a singular canon, meaning that every article on the site is allowed to contradict and disregard any other article, no matter how well known or popular. Did someone say the Foundation was formed in the 1960s, but you need the Foundation to exist in World War I? Well, the Foundation is now from the 19th century. Sure. You want a Foundation that has more resources than the eye can see? Go wild. You want a Foundation that's penniless? Why not? As long as the story is interesting, your freedom is basically unlimited. While this is often phrased as, there is no canon, this doesn't mean that nothing on the site can coexist. Many articles can share the same universe, and some explicitly reference each other. It just means that you don't have to try to fit everything into a singular vision of the Foundation. So far so good? For the people that don't know what SCP is, do you kind of understand what we're going through right now? Because we're going to be reading the many entries that are going to be coming from here on out. The many SCP numbers are for the different anomalies that the Foundation is keeping from the public. And we're just going to be reading about them and seeing what kind of crazy stuff they do. Fantasy Freak Studios says, yup. Very nice. So, on to a little bit more detail about the Foundation. Basic terminology. Due to the scientific and clinical tone of most of the site aims for, there are a few items used in articles that may confuse new readers, such as anomaly/anomalous. Anything that doesn't follow the rules of reality as we know them. Object classes. Each anomaly contained by the Foundation has an assigned object class, which tell you how difficult something is to contain. The three most common classes are Safe, meaning containment is simple, Euclid, meaning containment is more complex, and Keter, meaning containment is very difficult to maintain. Mobile Task Forces, MTF. Elite units for responding to and containing anomalies. Depending on the anomaly, these range from paramilitary teams to groups of specialized researchers. Group of Interest. Groups other than the Foundation that deal with or handle the anomalous. This is not a comprehensive list of such terms. Other unfamiliar words may be listed in our glossary of terms, or may be technical terms you can look up online. A lot of the time, authors use real scientific terms to add some flavor to their articles. That makes sense to me. So, with that short introduction out of the way, let's get to some of the more popular SCP articles. Demon Soul suggested that we start with 096, and you know what? I agree. We should start with something that everyone kinda knows, and then we go more into the weird side of the Foundation. Hey, Ver the Creeper, thank you for the super chat. Will you start with the classic ones? 173, 096, 106, 173, 049, etc. I recommend SCP-610 and anything related to the Scarlet King. Yes, we will read the classic stuff first, and then we'll move on to the weirder stuff. So, let's begin with SCP-096. Very appropriate music, actually. Item: SCP-096. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-096 is to be contained in its cell, a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter airtight steel cube at all times. Weekly checks for any cracks or holes are mandatory. There are to be absolutely no video surveillance or optical tools of any kind inside of SCP-096's cell. Security personnel will use pre-installed pressure sensors and laser detectors to ensure SCP-096's presence inside the cell. Any and all photos, video, or recordings of SCP-096's likeness are strictly forbidden without approval from Dr. Blank and 05 Blank. Description: SCP-096 is a humanoid creature measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. Subject shows very little muscle mass, with preliminary analysis of body mass suggesting mild malnutrition. Arms are grossly out of proportion with the rest of the subject's body, with an approximate length of 1.5 meters each. Skin is mostly devoid of pigmentation, with no sign of body hair. SCP-096's jaw can open to 4 times the norm of an average human. Other facial features remain similar to an average human, with the exception of the eyes, which are also devoid of pigmentation. It is not yet known whether SCP-096 is blind or not. It shows no signs of any higher brain functions, and is not considered to be sapiens. 096 is normally extremely docile, with pressure sensors inside its cell indicating it spends most of the day pacing by the eastern wall. However, when someone views 096 in his face, whether it be directly, via video recording, or even a photograph, it will enter a stage of considerable emotional distress. SCP-096 will cover its face with its hands and begin screaming, crying, and babbling incoherently. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the first viewing, SCP-096 will begin running to the person who viewed its face, who will from this point be referred to as SCP-096-1. Documented speeds have varied from 35 kilometers to blank kilometers, and seems to depend on distance from SCP-096-1. At this point, no known material or method can impede 096's progress. The actual position of 961 does not seem to affect 096's response. It seems to have an innate sense of 961's location. Note: this reaction does not occur when viewing artistic depictions. Interesting. Upon arriving at 0961's location, SCP-096 will proceed to kill and blank SCP-0961. 100% of cases have left no traces of 0961. SCP-096 will then sit down for several minutes before regaining its composure and becoming docile again. It will then attempt to make its way back to its natural habitat, blank. Due to the possibility of a mass chain reaction, including breach of Foundation secrecy and large civilian loss of life, retrieval of subject should be considered alpha priority. Dr. Blank has also petitioned for immediate termination of SCP-096. The order is waiting approval. Wait, no. Termination order has been approved and is to be carried out by Dr. Blank on blank, data redacted. See Incident 0961A. I will be reading all of these documents later. Audio log interview 0961. Interviewer Dr. Blank. Interviewed Captain Blank, former commander of Retrieval Team Sulu 9A. Retrieval Incident 0961A. Begin log. Captain. It always sucks to get initial retrieval duty. You have no idea what the damn thing is capable of, besides what jacked up information the field techies can scrape up. And you're lucky if they even tell you the whole story. They told us to bag and tag. Didn't tell us jack shit about not looking at the damn thing. Doctor, could you describe the mission, please? Captain. Yeah, sorry. We had 2 choppers. One with my team, and one with backup with Sulu 9B and Dr. Blank. We spotted the target about 2 clicks north of our patrol path. I'm guessing he wasn't facing our direction, or else he would have taken us out then and there. Your report says SCP-096 didn't react to the cold. It was minus blank Celsius. Actually, it was. And yes, it was butt naked and didn't so much as shiver. Anyways, we landed, approached the target, and Corporal Blank got ready to bag it. That's when Dr. Blank called. I turned to answer it, and that's what saved me. The target must have turned, and my whole squad saw it. The doctor says. That's when SCP-096 entered an agitated emotional state. The captain responds, "Yup." Interviewed now pauses for a second before continuing. "Sorry. Got the willies for a second." "That's alright." "Yeah, well, I never saw its face. My squad did, and they paid up for it. Up the ass." "Could you describe it a little more, please?" The captain says, Yeah. It started screaming at us and crying. Not animal roaring, though. It sounded exactly like a person. Really fucking creepy. We started firing when it picked up Corporal and ripped off his leg. God, he was screaming for our help. Fucking A. Anyway, we were blowing chunks out of the target. Round after round. Didn't do jack shit. I almost lost it when it started something him. Eating? I really hope that means eating. The doctor says. That's when you ordered the use of AT4 HEDT launcher? Yes, it's an anti-tank gun. Started carrying it ever since SCP Blank got loose. I've seen those tear through tanks like tissue paper. Did the same thing to the target. Was there any significant damage to 096? Captain says, it didn't even flinch. It kept tearing apart my squad, but with half its torso gone. He draws a large half circle across his torso. But was it taking damage? If it was, it wasn't showing it. It must have lost all its organs, all its blood. But it didn't acknowledge any of it. Its bone structure wasn't hurt at all, though. It kept tearing my squad apart. So no actual structural damage? How many rounds would you say were fired at 096? At least 1,000. Our door gunner kept his GAU-19 on it for at least 20 seconds. 20 fucking seconds. That's 600 .50 caliber rounds pumped into the thing. Might as well been spitting at it. This is when Sulu B9B arrived? Yeah, and my squad was gone. Sulu 9B managed to get the bag over its head, and it just sat down. We got it into the chopper, and got it here. I don't know how I never saw its face. Maybe God, or Buddha, or whoever thought I should live, the jackass. We have obtained an artist's depiction of SCP-096's face. Would you like to view it? Captain says, you know, after hearing that thing screams, and the screams of my men, I don't think I want to put a face to what I heard, so no. Just no. Doctor says, alright, I believe we're done here. Thank you, Captain. The chairs are heard moving. Footsteps leave the room. Captain is confirmed to have left interview room 22. Doctor says, let this be on the record that I am formally requesting SCP-096 to be terminated as soon as possible. Caleb says, that probably was a smart move on that by him at the end. Oh yeah. Even if the artistic depiction didn't actually trigger that thing, I would still not take the chance, honestly. Speaking of artistic depictions, let's move into document 0961, aka the painting of the monster. Experiment 0961 is headed by Dr. Dan. Purpose is to test 096's abilities while obtaining complete physical description of SCP-096. D-9031 is a 32-year-old convicted felon and former tattoo artist. D-9031 is placed inside Bathysphere 33A, which is then lowered in the Tonga Trench off the coast of New Zealand. Position is approximately blank kilometers from SCP-96's temporary containment cell at Site Blank. The following was recorded via video surveillance inside Bathysphere 33A, between it and Dr. Dan's control site on the New Zealand mainland. Bathysphere 303A reaches final depth of 10,800 meters. The prisoner says, "It stopped. What now?" Dr. Dan responds, "Do you feel fine? No sickness? Anything?" "My ears hurt." That should be expected. Now, on your left should be a steel container. Open it, and there will be a manila folder holding several photographs. Open it and describe the first photograph, please. The prisoner complies. The camera is located so the photograph cannot be seen. The prisoner says, Nothing. It's an empty cell. Thank you. Please set this photograph face down in the receptacle to your right, and look at the next photograph. The prisoner says, it's the same cell, but there's a foot in it, I think. Describe it, please. It's pale and bony. Sort of creepy, actually. Place the photograph in the receptacle, face down, and look at the next one. Okay. Oh, shit! Please, describe the photograph. It's I don't know, some creepy-ass person. Describe the photograph, please. Hell, man! He's pale, has wide eyes, and something fucked up is happening with his mouth. What the hell is this thing? At this point, approximately 1332 Standard Time, Dr. Dan and Experiment Control is notified that 096 has breached containment. The fastest path to not 0961 has been cleared of civilians and other image-capturing devices. 096 is now being tracked by satellites via tracking collar. Dr. Dan says, on your right, there should be another steel container. Open it. 0961 says, it's a pad of paper and a pencil. Dr. Dan says, yes. Please draw a sketch of the photograph you saw. The prisoner mumbles an expletive and spends the next 20 minutes drawing a sketch of the photograph. At the time of completion, 096 is confirmed to be blank kilometers away from the subject. The prisoner says, I'm done. Dr. Dan says, good. Place the drawing in the receptacle on your left and close the door. The prisoner complies and the sketch leaves bathysphere 303A in a watertight buoyancy container. The other photographs are then incinerated in the onboard incinerator. The prisoner says, what now? Dr. Dan says, please stand by. 40 minutes pass. 096 is now confirmed to be at 0961's position and is diving. Transponder signals ends at 9,339 meters as pressure goes beyond the device's operational limits. The camera shows the bathysphere shaking slightly. From 0961's reaction, it is assumed 096 is on the hull and is visible through the viewport. The prisoner screams, oh fuck! Shit! 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 What the fuck is that? Video and audio feed is cut as the whole of bathysphere 303A is breached. SCP-096 is recovered by Surface Recovery Team Foxtrot 303A without incidents. Sketch of 096 is also recovered, and a quick test confirms no hostile reaction from 096. Sketch is sent to Experiment Control on New Zealand, while 096 is moved to permanent containment. And finally, Incident 0961A. So, containment has been attained? Yes, Doctor. Let me see the security footage. Begin log. A large steel cube is shown in the middle of a research lab, which is teeming with a dozen or so researchers. In view of the camera is a control booth, displaying readings from the various sensors inside the cube. Fast forward 1 minute, 32 seconds. The control booth operator leans forward, alerted to the various readings on the sensors. Approximately 5 seconds later, a steel wall on the containment cube receives a sizable dent, bending outward. The dent becomes larger before breaking. 096 is seen bending the steel away, frantically trying to escape. Emergency plates drop on the cube as a containment breach is sounded. The security tape has 096's face blurred, as per our containment protocol. 2 security teams enter the room as SCP-096 breaks out of containment. Live rounds and tranquilizer darts are fired to no visible effect. Approximately 90% of researchers and security personnel have directly viewed 096's face, and a code Lima is declared. The room and surrounding areas are sealed and flushed with blank-class nerve agents. Approximately 2 minutes later, 096 breaches research site blank and travels blank kilometers through the outside desert, traveling blank. Echo Romeo was assigned to immediate containment breach. When we realized just how big of a breach we were dealing with, we were completely overwhelmed. Funny how even the best and brightest minds in the world can be so unprepared. So, you're saying it was your own fault? Absolutely not. This was a new discovery in 096's behavior. We had no way to know, and we are lucky that it did not turn into an XK. What happened? What actually caused this incident? Begin log. Helm cam footage from ER1. Footage from inside a UH-60 shows 096 on the desert floor, moving at considerable speed. ERA says, "This is Echo Romeo Actual. We have visual of the target at data expunge knots and increasing." ERA listens to the radio as orders identified as coming from Dr. Dan are relayed. 096 can be seen slowly gaining speed. ERA motions off camera. ER3 appears, holding a modified XM500 anti-material rifle. 2 shots are fired. The first misses, and the second hits 096 in the lower leg. 096 stumbles but recovers. Speed change is insignificant. ERA says, "Pete, no effect on target. I repeat, no effect on target." ERA motions ER3 again. ER3 fires 3 more shots. The first 2 miss, and the third hits 096 in the head. 096 falls, skids, and rolls several times, reducing its speed minimally. 096 rolls to its feet and continues unabated. Camera pans up to see V-22 Ospreys belonging to MTF Tau 1 flying overhead and past the helicopters on the same outbound vector as 096. Camera cuts out. Video interview. Log 0961A. Dr. Alexei appears very calm, determined, and answers all questions slowly and deliberately. Interviewer. Where were you exactly at the time of the breach? Doctor says, on break, getting a cup of coffee. It was pure luck I wasn't caught in the containment area. Interviewer. Describe your action directly after the containment breach. Dr. Alexei says, I sent Echo Romeo after 096 and alerted Dr. Dan to the situation. We then set upon the task of locating 0961. Once the general direction of 096 was determined, I sent Mobile Task Force Tau 1 ahead to evacuate civilian population centers in 096's path, all according to containment protocol. So they don't know who actually started this? Huh. Video interview log 0961B. Dr. Daniel, or as he's known as Dr. Dan, sits patiently. On the table in front of him is what looks to be a set of modified night vision goggles. Interviewer says, "For the record, where were you during 096's containment breach?" The doctor says, "In the blank mountain range, trying to find more information on 096's origins. It was a quick research expedition, so I left Dr. Oleksei in charge of containment. He is competent enough, if a bit eager, and has proved himself in the past. This is all confirmed by the various related paperwork, so don't go thinking." Interviewer says, "It was just for the record, Doctor. Now, knowing that SCP-096 is immune to all known forms of damage, while in an enraged state, why would you order the sniper attacks from the emergency response team?" Dr. Dan says, "Why not? If there was a chance to slow down 096 and give MTF Tau 1 more time, then we had to try it. It put ER in no danger, and the choppers were in danger of being outrun anyway. Honestly, ER could do little else to help or harm the situation." Interviewer says, "I see. Now, could you explain this?" Interviewer motions to the goggles lying on the table. The doctor says, "Yes, this is Project Scramble, an eyepiece we assigned to ER and MTF Tau 1, designed by Dr. Oleksei and myself specifically for 096. It carries a small microprocessor which constantly analyzes the viewing field for the facial features of SCP-096. Facial recognition software. Oh! Facial recognition software inside instantly identifies them, scrambling the image into an unrecognizable mess before the light reaches the human eye. It's quite ingenious, really." Interviewer says, "And very expensive." "Very. Which is why it's such a shame it didn't work." Oh no. Audio script transcript between MTF Tau 1 and modified EG3 Sentry, call sign Big Brother. MTF T1, Ospreys in the air, moving blank at blank, awaiting vector. Big Brother, electrics online, cruising altitude reached, uploading program scrambled to all camera systems. Cameras online, Big Brother's now watching. MTF T1, what outbound vector is the target currently heading? Big Brother says, target is currently westbound, traveling on... Shit. Yeah, he's on the I-40. I think he just flipped a semi. Outbound vector is blank degrees by blank. Next town on this vector is blank. I'd say a couple of 100 kilometers. Shit. MTF, we're suggesting Echo Romeo begin evacuating the I-40. I don't know how many cars that target has wrecked. Hold 1. That's a negative, Big Brother. ER is reporting that the target is outrunning her choppers. They can't get ahead of him. Big Brother says, then get them to stop the motorists on the other lane. I don't know how many people have seen this thing's face. The first 3 elements of Tau 1 succeeded in gathering the townsfolk in the first 3 towns without incident. SCP-0961 was confirmed not to be in any of these when 096 ran through each in turn without stopping. However, a video log in MTF Tau shows 0961 being identified in the town of blank and the ensuing incidents. Show it. Helmcam footage from Element 4 of MTF Tau 1 in the town of blank. Most of the townspeople are gathered in the square, all blindfolded. Helicopters sweep the town. Indistinct orders are heard over the loudspeakers from both the helicopters and ground personnel. MTF T1. The target is entering the proximity zone. All units activate scramble gear and begin crowd control procedures. All civilians are not to move from their spot or remove their blindfolds. If you move or touch your blindfold, you will be shot. I repeat, all civilians are. Orders are drowned out by a loud shriek coming from outside the camera's view. Approximately 2 kilometers away, 096 is seen to be coming over the crest of the hills. It tries to slow down on the descent, but trips and tumbles down at high speed, crashing through several houses before regaining its footing almost without delay. Unknown voice over the loudspeakers. Civilians are not to move. You will be shot. I repeat. Several shots are heard, none of which are directed at SCP-096. 096 stops for 1 second before running into the crowd of townsfolk, throwing many aside and trampling more. More shots are heard as the crowd begins dispersing, the loudspeakers unintelligible under the vocalizations of 096. 096 locates 0961, a middle-aged man, and the camera views S096 grabbing him before it is hit by a fleeing townsperson and is dislocated from the helmet. How the hell did that old man see its face? Video interview log 0961C. Major Jack Wilford says, I was looking through SCP-0961's house with my squad. Poor bastard was a semi-pro mountaineer. Took a trip to the blank. Apparently, he took a snapshot of the landscape and just happened to catch 096 in the background. Wilford holds up 4 fingers for emphasis. 4 pixels. 4 fucking pixels. I doubt the guy even knew what he saw. He was probably just looking at the picture one day, noticed an off-color patch of snow, and went on with his day. How did you find it? Our scramble gear picked it up right away. The lieutenant got the picture and took it down to the chopper before I ever got to see it. By then, the damn monster had taken down Big Brother, and it had peeled open the former Major's striker. All hell was breaking loose. So the scramble gear was ineffective? Ineffective? The goddamn scramble were pieces of shit that killed the whole damn task force. You know, only 3 people are alive besides me. All because some retard egghead thought of a state-of-the-art countermeasure to 096's hostile reaction. Those bloody idiots could have just put a bag over the target's head and be done with it, but no! We had to use state-of-the-fucking-art scramble. Picture secured by MTF Tau. SCP-096 is circled in yellow, blocked out. For those that are not looking at the stream, this page shows a picture of a mountaineer doing a little selfie in the mountains. His face is blocked out, and in the distance, in the far, far distance, you can see 4 pixels blanked out. That single few 4 pixels caused the thing to wake up. Which means that the headgear that they were using to scramble the face of the creature did not actually work. Because regardless of if you see even a single pixel of the creature's face, it will be enraged and come toward you. That is just... oh, God. Dr. Dan says, "What did that fucker call me?" Dr. Dan does not appreciate that slur. Dr. Dan pushes back from the table and begins standing up. I'll show that goddamn son of a bitch what an egghead is after I bash open his... 2 guards entered the room and pushed Dr. Dan back into the seat. Do we need to administer a sedative, Doctor? Dr. Dan takes a breath and smooths his coat. No. I apologize. Scramble was really an ingenious idea. However, it was a failure because we did not fully know how SCP-096 worked. You see, as the chip inside Scramble picked up 096's facial features and began scrambling them, there was a split second of uninterrupted light flow to the retina. Computers are fast, but not as fast as light. So there was a split-second image of SCP-096's direct face sent to the brain. It wasn't even consciously received, but apparently it was enough to trigger the hostile reaction in SCP-096. The interviewer says, "So, with this report of the photograph," Dr. Dan says, "that's the most disturbing part of this whole incident. You know when the former SCP-0961 went on his mountain trip? That happened in the 1990s. That's decades ago. Of that photo hanging there before he saw 096. Since the brain doesn't need to be aware that it is viewing 096's face to trigger that reaction, there can be ticking time bombs hidden literally anywhere in the world. How many photographs are out there containing 096 just going unnoticed, waiting for a careful eye? As I said before, I want this thing terminated. Now." Just a quick question, Doctor. What exactly were you planning on doing there? Major Jack Wilford was top-notch SBS when we recruited him. I was also a recon corpsman, sir, and was deployed in the Caucasus. Marines beat SBS. No, they don't. Enough, both of you. Moving on. Video interview log 0961D. Chief Master Sergeant. I got the bag over its head. Yes, you've told me that. Could you tell me what exactly transpired? It was done with all its... It was just sitting there, in the highway. Just got done ripping open a minivan. And... West landed on the chopper. I got out, bagged it. I put the bag over its head. It got calm, and they took it. So the victims in the minivan were the last to have viewed 096's face? Blank? Interviewee remained silent for the remainder of the interview, and was released. He was later found in his bunk room, having committed suicide via hanging with a makeshift rope. A half-crushed pacifier was found in his fist. Oh no! A baby inside that van was the last thing that saw its face. Video log 0961D. Confiscated tape from news broadcast CNN? Oh no. The image shows first responders surrounding the remains of a crashed plane over the shoulder of a field reporter. Reporter. The plane, which seems to be military in origin, has no outward markings designating it as part of the US military. While first responders look for a black box recording, it is thought by police that the plane crashed due to a massive cabin breach in both the cockpit and fuselage. The reporter motions to a large hole in the side of the plane, which several firefighters are climbing inside. The reporter says, paramedics have only found 3 bodies, which is odd for a plane, apparently requiring a crew of around 20 men. Police have suggested. The reporter is cut off as 3 super stallions are shown hovering overhead, 2 of which land and begin unloading troops belonging to MTF Epsilon. MTFE says, "Shut off the camera. Shut off the mother..." Dr. Alexei says, "So, are we finished here?" Interviewer says, "One last question, Doctor. Or statement, as it seems. We find it interesting that there was no break room at Research Site Blank, or coffee." Interviewee remains silent. The interviewer says, "We think it would be best if you begin talking." Did the doctor cause the breach on purpose? What? I don't see what that has to do with me. There's no reason to play dumb, Doctor. He's told us everything. Well then, I guess there's no use feigning anything, is there? What? Audio recording 05 hearing. 051. Those are like the big administrators of the Foundation, by the way. Upon reviewing your testimony and available footage, and the confession of the late Dr. Alexei, did they kill him? It is the unanimous agreement of the 05 that you are to be terminated for your part in the gross breach of SCP-096. Dr. Dan says, "And I thought you would know the meaning of 'for the greater good.'" 051 says, "Do not try my patience, Doctor. Given the incident's scope and potential, the 05 have approved your request for the termination of 096. Given the lack of personnel with understanding of 096, the termination will be entrusted to you, under heavy guard and the personal supervision of me. Your own termination will be scheduled at a later date." Oh, they knowingly caused the breach. That is horrible, Doctor. How could you knowingly... And then the doctor says, "It worked. It was only a matter of time until that happened in a major population center, and its face spread over the world news. I can kill 096, but I've killed myself in the process." This motherfucker knowingly caused a breach just so that it could show how dangerous this thing is. And then, because he's the only one with knowledge of the creature, he is tasked to kill it before he is killed himself. Ooh, that's nice. That's a good plot twist, actually. I like that. He did it to prove a point, because they weren't accepting his termination request before. Oh, that's cheeky. Glitchcrown says, "Classic SCP, but so good." Where the Creeper says, "Just use a mirror." I don't think he can see. If SCP-096 could see, it would probably destroy its own face, right? I wonder, there's no tests with a mirror or anything. That's interesting. I think, they don't really actually see anything that's in front of them. I think it's literally just someone's brain patterns firing off and identifying the creature. That's the thing that, sets them off. Huh. God's Lethal says, "Nice indeed. The minds behind these files are so creative." Let's continue with a new classic. We will... Okay, what should be a good classic one that we should read? We have 173, 096, 106, 049. We should read the classic ones before we go into the more complicated ones, you know? 173. I think everyone knows 173, right? How long is 173? The sculpture. Oh, it's very, very small, actually. Wow. It doesn't even have like an image here either because they took the image off. All right. We can read the peanut statue then. Item: SCP-173. Object class: Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter 173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the lock is to be re-locked behind them at all times. 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with 173 until all personnel have vacated and re-locked the container. Description: moved to Site 19, 1993. Origin is, as of yet, unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar, with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while within a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull, or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. It's just a bleeding, shitting statue. Just a single weeping angel. Diamond Soul says, fun fact, 173 is the first ever SCP made back on 4chan. Interesting. So this is the thing that started it all, huh? I guess it makes sense as to why it's so simple. Alright. What about SCP-106? SCP-106, the Old Man. Oh, you can actually see him. Described on the top right of the site is an image of an old man with tar black skin emerging out of a black hole in a wall in the middle of some kind of cement wall in the middle of a locker room, I think. SCP-106. Object class: Keter. Special containment procedures. Revision 11.8. No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than 2/3 vote from O5 Command. Any such interaction must be undertaken in AR2 maximum security sites after a general non-essential staff evacuation. All staff, research, security class, Class D, etc., are to remain at least 60 meters away from the containment cell at all times, except in the event of breach events. SCP-106 is to be contained in a sealed container, comprised of lead-lined steel. The container will be sealed within 40 layers of identical material, each layer separated by no less than 36 centimeters of empty space. Support struts between layers are to be randomly spaced. Container is to remain suspended, no less than 60 centimeters from any surface, by ELO IID electromagnetic supports. So it's just floating in there? Secondary containment area is to be comprised of 16 spherical cells, each filled with various fluids, and a random assembly of surfaces and supports. Secondary containment is to be fitted with light systems capable of flooding the entire assembly with no less than 80,000 lumens of light instantly, with no direct human involvement. Both containment areas are to remain under 24-hour surveillance. Any corrosion observed on any containment cell surfaces, staff members, or any site locations within 200 meters of 106 are to be reported to site security immediately. Any objects or personnel lost to 106 are to be deemed missing/killed in action. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. Notes: continued research and observation have shown that, when faced with highly complex/random assemblies of structures, 106 can be confused, showing a marked delay on entry and exit from said structure. 106 has also shown an aversion to direct, sudden light. This is not manifested in any form of physical damage, but a rapid exit into the pocket dimension generated on solid surfaces. Huh? These observations, along with those of lead aversion and liquid confusion, have reduced the general escape incidence by 43%. The primary cells have also been effective in recovery incidents requiring recall protocol blank. Observation is ongoing. So this thing can fucking teleport? On the right side of the page is a rusty metal door with the description: corrosion damage on the initial recovery cell. Containment procedures have since been revised. Description: 106 appears to be an elderly humanoid with a general appearance of advanced decomposition. This appearance may vary, but the rotting quality is observed in all forms. SCP-106 is not exceptionally agile and will remain motionless for days at a time, waiting for prey. 106 is also capable of scaling any vertical surface and can remain suspended upside down indefinitely. When attacking, 106 will attempt to incapacitate prey by damaging major organs, muscle groups, or tendons, then pull the disabled prey into its pocket dimension. 106 appears to prefer human prey items in the 10 to 25 years age bracket. 106 causes a corrosion effect in all solid matter it touches, engaging a physical breakdown in materials several seconds after contact. This is observed as rusting, rotting, and cracking of materials, and the creation of a black mucus-like substance, similar to the material coating SCP-106. This effect is particularly detrimental to living tissues, and is assumed to be a pre-digestion action. The corrosion continues for 6 hours after contact, after which the effect appears to burn out. 106 is capable of passing through solid matter, leaving behind a large patch of its corrosive mucus. 106 is able to vanish inside solid matter, entering what is assumed to be a pocket dimension of sorts. 106 is then able to exit this dimension from any point connected to the initial entry points. Examples: entering the inner wall of a room and exiting the outer wall, entering a wall and exiting from the ceiling. Oh, it's like putting a portal on the other side. It is unknown if this is the point of origin for 106 or a simple layer created by 106. Limited observation of this pocket dimension has shown it to be comprised mostly of halls and rooms, with blank entry. This activity can continue for days, with some subjected individuals being released for the express purpose of hunting, recapture, blank. Addendum. SCP Review Notes. Due to the exceedingly difficult to contain nature of SCP-106, SCP is to be reviewed every 3 months or during a post-breach incident. Physical restraints are impossible, and direct physical damage appears to have no effect on 106. Current SCP, as of blank, revolves around basic observation and immediate response. Previous, more proactive special containment procedures have been recalled due to the events of breaches blank, 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 and blank, and blank. Oh my god, how many times has this thing escaped? Notes on behavior. 106 appears to go through long periods of dormancy, in which it will remain completely motionless for up to 3 months. The cause for this is unknown, however. It has been shown that this appears to be used as a lulling tactic. 106 will emerge from this state in a very agitated state and will attack and abduct staff and cause gross damage to its containment cell and the site at large. Recall Protocol Blank. SCP-106 appears to hunt and attack based on desire, not hunger. SCP-106 will attack and collect multiple prey items during a hunting behavior event, keeping many alive in the pocket dimension for extended periods of time. SCP-106 has no determinable limit and appears to collect a random number of prey items during an event. The inner dimension accessed by SCP-106 appears to be only accessible by 106. Recording and transmission devices have been shown to still operate inside this dimension. The recordings and transmissions are very degraded. It appears that 106 will play with captured prey, and appears to have full control of time, space, and perception inside of this dimension. SCP-106 appears blank. What? Recall Protocol. In the event of a breach event by SCP-106, a human within the 10 to 25 years of age bracket will be prepped for recall, with the compromised containment cell being replaced and stored for use. When the cell is ready, the lure subject will be injured, preferably via the breakage of a long bone, such as the femur, or severing of a major tendon, such as the Achilles tendon. Lure subject will then be placed in the prepped cell, and the sound emitted by said subject will be transmitted over the site public address system. SCP-106 will typically begin to gravitate toward the lure subject within 10 to 15 minutes after hearing the subject. Should 106 not respond to the initial broadcast, additional physical trauma is to be administered to the lure subject at 20-minute intervals until 106 responds. Multiple lure subjects may be used in the case of major breach events. 106 will typically enter a dormant state after finishing with a lure subject. In addition, subjects may blank. There's a really gross picture in this. Alongside this page, there are different other pages that we can read. Some of these are a bit too long. What should I read? The young man, treats, until death, or once but not now? You put these guys in the femur breaker and make them scream until the old man comes knocking at their door? Young man. The young man. The young man. Alright. The young man. Nobody could like Corporal Lawrence. That's not to say that nobody tried, or that he was somehow unfriendly. Merely that he was one of those few that seemed to be wired differently. However, in the trenches of World War I, normalcy was at best a relative term, and one that had minimal relation of life, such as it was. Lawrence fought, listened to orders, and didn't disrupt the other soldiers, and that was all that was required. So what if people felt increasingly uncomfortable around him, in a place where the flesh rotting off your bones while you were still alive was the baseline of concern? A little personality conflict ranked several levels below a paper cut. Lawrence, for his part, dealt with it as he always had. That is to say, remained totally unaware of the avoidance. The same way a man blind from birth cannot mourn the memory of color. Corporal Lawrence couldn't bemoan a lack of company. He was quiet, as he had nobody to talk to. And still, as he had nothing to do for long stretches of time, the enemy trench, less than a mile away, had gone silent for several days. Letting boredom and nervousness sink in even more than normal, coupled with the unease that seemed to radiate off of Lawrence like heat waves. The worst part was that there was no distinct reason to dislike the corporal. He was a plain man, average height, average build, a bland of voice and action. Nobody could recall him raising his finger in joy or anger. He did have the occasional odd mannerisms, however. He tended to stare a beat or two longer than was acceptable at people. He rarely slept well, and bunkmates said he would mumble in his sleep almost constantly. The content of those nocturnal ramblings, when they could be understood, were often odd and potentially unsettling. One private moved to another barracks, and when he heard the name of his daughter pass Corporal Lawrence's lips, followed by a bubbling, muffled giggle. It was strongly theorized that he was sent over the trench by his commanders, more out of a desire to have him away than for his minimal combat skill. He and 14 of his fellows were sent across the nightmarishly scarred waste of the no-man's land between the trenches, to reconnoiter, to recognize the enemy trench, and secure it if possible. Many seemed to hope that Lawrence would have the opportunity to prove his devotion to his country by making the ultimate sacrifice for it. Wow, nobody likes this guy. It was while he was gone, that 3-day gap as the men held their breath, waiting for a surprise volley of shells, that someone started asking questions. Whereas before, it was almost taboo to speak of Corporal Lawrence. Since the departure of both him and his aura, rumors seemed to descend with the passion of the denied. Nobody remembered him ever talking of home. No sweet-smelling letters came, no soggy, dirt-streaked letters left. He mentioned his dreams often, and griped sometimes with the men over missed foods or pleasures, but never with any real passion. Questions started to float among even the highest levels of the command. Nobody was able to actually find his station orders. He'd come in with a squad of reinforcements transferred from France, but there was no paperwork. The rest of the reinforcement squad had never seen the man before he'd been lumped in with them the night before the trip, along with the snips and scraps of other squads decimated by the Germans. Whispers filtered among the grunts of the corporal being a curse. Nearly every man who'd shared a bunkhouse with him had gotten trenchfoot, and the rooms he haunted always seemed to smell more musky and sickly sweet, even for the trench. The men sent over the no man's land with Corporal Lawrence heard and cared for none of this. Just another man among many, all with death certificates awaiting a stamp that could fall at any moment. They moved fast and low, from crater to crater, slipping over slick mud and barbed wire, the only thing that seemed to grow in that blasted waste. Charging the last spurt and into the trench, they were greeted not with the harsh bark of German orders and rifles, but a dense, close silence. Preparing for ambush, the men started to filter out into the tunnels and halls of the trench. The men, already nervous, were not calmed by their investigation. The trenches stank of mold, sweat, and a thin undertaste of rotten fruits. A vile, cloying slime seemed to have pooled in every divot and crack, sticky as glue and itchy on the flesh. In a world where rats and insects would try to snatch food from your mouth even as you ate, they saw nothing alive, not so much as a fly. An armory lay in chaos, munitions spilled on the ground, rifles tossed like pickup sticks. A mess hall had been reduced to ruins, the tables and chairs piled in the center of the room, charred and twisted, the rations seemingly stamped into the dirt by many feet. And still, nothing, alive or dead, was found by the increasingly anxious soldiers. Private Dixon found the first body and managed to cry out before vomiting. They knew it had been a man, only because nothing else of that size could have been there. It lay on the floor of the barracks, the entire floor. The flesh of it had been smeared, somehow, spread like butter over the rough dirt floor. Bones, already looking pitted and rotten, stuck out at random angles, like dead trees in a still swamp. The skull rested on one of the highest bunks, facing the doorway, 10 gleaming white fingertip bones crammed into the cracked eye sockets. As one man went to examine it, he found the back of the skull had been crushed open. The rotting, sagging sponge of a tongue stuffed into the otherwise dry cavity. Oh, God. More remains were found, each seemingly more unsettling and strange than the last. A ring of hands in a sandbagged watchpost, 10 of them, fingers interlaced like basket, the wrists ragged and broken. 2 men in a tunnel, skin leathery and thin as mummies, eye sockets staring and empty, mouths locked impossibly wide, their clothes mere rags under an oily black scum. The latrine sent even the hardiest back, gagging and shivering, overflowing with excrement and offal. Gobbets of meat bobbed and oozed in the foul sludge. The whole surface dotted with what looked like thousands of clean, slick eyeballs, nerves and tendons fanning out like goldfish tails. Corporal Lawrence was the first to find the hole, the other men loudly debating the better part of valor and their rapid withdrawal from the nightmare trench. It was small, in a section of fresh digging, the start of a new arm of trenches projecting closer to the enemy lines, no more than 4 feet across. It seemed to be the accidental uncovering of a natural chamber, the empty blackness of it defying investigation. Private Dixon, recovered and blessedly numb from his previous ordeals, saw the corporal prod the edge with his boot, then crouched to peer in. Suddenly slide in head first before the private could so much as utter a shout of question. The private was a good soldier, and rushed to the perceived distress of his fellow. When questioned later, he could provide little illumination as to what happened over the 2 minutes Corporal Lawrence spent in the hole. He could see nothing. The light of a torch seemingly gobbled up a few feet into that dense blackness. There were sounds, the rustle of movement over loose stone or rubble, an odd liquid shifting, a dry rustle that made him think of the insect husks he'd used to collect in summer. As he shouted for aid, there was a sudden upwelling of a repulsive stench, like a reptile house gone sour and old, and his fellow soldiers found him retching helplessly beside the hole where they came around the turn. It was as they rushed to Private Dixon's aid that the hand emerged from the hole. They stopped and raised rifles as one body, roaring for the owner of that pale, trembling hand to identify himself. As they watched, another hand joined the first, followed by the pale, shivering head of Corporal Lawrence. He was streaked and smeared with a tarry black ooze, hacking and coughing thinly as he hauled his body up beside that of the gasping private. As they moved to help the men, the corporal vomited up a heavy stream of that same repulsive slime that coated his body in smears and globs. His curled, shuddering body avoiding more of it as his saturated, fouled pants. They were hesitant to touch him, finally doing so after the seemingly endless river of grime stopped pouring from him. He was insensible, eyes rolling and wide, body as limp as a boned fish. The men quit the trench with all speed, half dragging the corporal. They ran with no thought to cover or death, only escape. They crossed in record time, falling into their home trench like so much cordwood, gasping and shivering. One man known to have bludgeoned a German to death with a brick curled on the floor in a sobbing heap. The commanders moved quickly, isolating the men and trying to calm the most lucid for a report. What spilled out would have been immediately dismissed as lies and hallucination, were it not for the earnest, pleading stares of those reporting. Command calmed them with explanations of battle fatigue and strange gas weapon tests, and shared silent, focused stares as the code men were ushered out. Corporal Lawrence had little to report. Of his time in the hole, he could, or would, say little. He stated that he had slipped and fallen into what may have been some sort of long-blocked underground pool, or perhaps a buried latrine. Of the sounds and smell reported by the private, he had nothing to say, only that he had struggled a short time, then managed to get back out just as the men arrived. Truly, he seemed none the worse for wear. In fact, he seemed in better spirits than many had remembered ever seeing him, favoring the commanders with a wide, giddy smile, as he was dismissed with a warning not to discuss the events. The corporal proved a changed man over the next few days. He was more talkative, but quickly had men wishing for his old, unsettling silence. He rambled about the joys of closed spaces, of creation and destruction that seemed to spring up all around them, about human pleasures missed, the dimensions and ages of which made some men threaten Corporal Lawrence with a quiet and ignoble death, which only seemed to stretch the near constant smile on his face even wider. Private Dixon, one of the corporal's bunkmates, whispered to a friend that he had woken once to find the corporal standing over him in the night, his eyes as bright and flat as silver dollars. They found the private the next day snarled in barbed wire, his intestines spread nearly 10 feet around him in every direction. Not one man from that trench survived the Great War, although few died in battle. A wave of sickness took the trench a few days after Private Dixon's death. A strange wasting sickness. It seemed to eat the flesh like acid. Men waking to find previously healthy flesh eaten down to the bone, oozing and blackened. A sergeant was found in a latrine, beset by a living carpet of rats. They refused to quit the body even when shot, and attacked several men before the body was recovered. Relief finally came, the bulk of the men being sent to various hospitals, many wasting away before they ever reached a bed. Corporal Lawrence was remanded to a French mental ward, transferred after several complaints from the hospital proper, where he was first sent. It seemed his behavior hinted at a growing mental imbalance, culminating with an attempted sexual assault of a nurse, which ended with the loss of 3 fingers from her right hand and the vision in her right eye. The corporal would rant quietly to other patients, whispers about endless halls, pursuits in the dark, flesh laid out like pages of a book. It was dismissed as so much war fatigue, even as his behavior grew less violent and more unsettling. He vanished several times from the ward, only to appear several hours later as if nothing had happened. When pressed, he would begin to sing "My Bonnie Lies Over the Sea" in an endless monotone until the doctors left exasperated. Others on the ward clamored to be transferred from the whispering madman. A stale, musty foulness seemed to sit in the air wherever he stayed. An incidence of infection and the strange consuming sickness that had beset his home trench seemed to follow him like a cloud. Numerous attempts were made to transfer the man, only to be met with bureaucratic confusion. No records were found of the man, no entry papers, commendations, or incidents, not even a birth certificate. Through it all, he sat, for hours on end, cross-legged, on his bed, occasionally humming tunelessly, or rambling off the names of his wardmates between short, bubbling giggles. Corporal Lawrence and 18 men vanished one November night, between a 5-minute nurse rotation at 3 in the morning. The room reeked of rust, oil, mold, and sweet rot. Thick, black swaths of crumbling ooze coated the beds and several of the walls, wide patches of it smearing and eating into the floor. Of the men, there was no sign at first. As they searched, one nurse shifted a bed aside, only to shriek and nearly trip across one of the sunken, reeking depressions on the floor. In a tight, perfect spiral were what appeared to be hundreds of teeth resting neatly on the floor. After counting, they accounted for the total of all the teeth of every single soul in that ward, but one. The corporal was never found, nor were the men. The incident was swallowed by the constant barrage of horrors from the front, and forgotten with ease. Stories of a cursed trench wandered across the front lines, often squelched for being bad luck. Still they came. Stories of strange deaths, disappearing men, found days later, alive, but broken and twisted beyond comprehension. Stories of a strange, dark figure stalking the bomb-riddled towns of Europe. This may be the only known image of Corporal Lawrence ever recorded, taken several days after his return from the hole in the German trench. What a creepy motherfucker. Oh my god. That's the photo of the old man. Significantly younger, but that's him alright. Oh, Christ. My bonnie lies over the ocean. My bonnie lies over the sea. Alright. That's all for SCP-106. That's just straight up a horror movie monster. Oh my god. What's the song called? My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. It's a song about someone from the war reminiscing being able to come back to their beloved back at home. I don't think this guy has a wife back home. Let's see. Any other suggestions as we continue reading these? Maybe a weirder one. Anything from the original first 1000 class? Artist of Obsession says, my favorites SCPs are 387 and 956 if you want more. Alright, let us do 387. Huh? Okay, this one is a way weirder one. SCP-387, Living Lego. SCP-387, Spread Outs. SCP-387, Object Class, Safe. Special Procedures. Due to the nature of this object and the almost non-existent harm it poses, it is stationed in a storage container in Site-19 with a standard lock. The red tub in which SCP-387 is contained does not possess any unusual properties itself, as has been determined through testing, but SCP-387 will not duplicate itself unless at least a layer of it covers the bottom of the aforementioned container. A sheet is available for those wishing to utilize SCP-387, and access will be revoked if it's not properly restored. Huh? SCP-387 is a tub of commercially available Lego, normal in design. Irregular shapes not featured in normal sets, such as circular wheels and prisms, are also available. It has no brand name, and every company interviewed by undercover agents thus far has denied ever making irregular Lego. When the tub is not full, i.e., when it is partially or almost fully emptied, the Lego will slowly duplicate themselves, stopping when the container is full. Oh shit, it's the forever Lego. The interesting property of SCP-387 is that, when constructed by a human hand, the constructions will begin to animate themselves, performing activities based on their surroundings. For example, if a Lego man, which is a man constructed using the provided humanoid parts, is placed within a car, it will begin to drive it. Further experimentation has revealed that the car, and indeed any complex machine, needs no internal engine or power source. The Lego people have some sort of sentience, as they interact with each other quite readily. Oh, this is cute. This is actually really cute. If left over time, the constructed people and buildings will evolve. They will take on occupations based on the buildings around them. Example, some people will become firemen and use fire trucks if the corresponding objects are there. They will also use 387 to construct more things to expand their society. Humans can interact with them quite peacefully, but if a human becomes hostile to them, they will immediately cease all activity and become inanimate. Oh. So they're like completely passive. SCP-387 was found in February of 20-something by Agent Blank during a long train ride back to the city he lived in. Agent H idly constructed a man from 387, which was in the seat beside him at the time. Several seconds later, it became animated. Agent 8 quickly disassembled the man and delivered this item to Site-19 for analysis, where it now remains. The security tapes from the train were confiscated and destroyed before they could be reviewed. Optional information. SCP-387 should not be given to children under the age of 10, especially if the aforementioned children are influenced by cartoons and television shows. See Experiment 387B. Interesting. Experiment 387A. A small community of SCP-387 is formed in a testing chamber. A plane constructed from normal Lego was placed to the side of the community. Over the next 3 hours, the following changes were observed. Several Lego men procured some equipment from SCP-387, heading towards the plane. With incredible efficiency, the Lego men constructed what was, for all intents and purposes, a working airport. Aww. The specific pieces having been supplied by 387 without visible signal. A petrol tank zoomed over to said plane, apparently filled it with fuel, despite earlier observations that the vehicles constructed from 387 do not require fuel, and the plane proceeded to literally take off, flying around the room at low speeds and altitude, seemingly to avoid crashing. Aww. More planes of different make and design were formed soon after. Addendum to 3871. Judging by this, I'd say that constructions of 387 have some sort of understanding of the surrounding environment, and they're able to convert existing Lego to 387. Oh. Magic. Experiment 387B. Several young children were given 387 and were given instructions to use their imagination. The children, who had their memories of this experiment removed, began constructing various objects. After having noticed that they were all animate, they excitedly conferred and began building several objects that they intended to use in battling each other. These included a transformer, an M1 Abrams tank, and several blank. What? The children were instantly removed, at which point the creations began to fire and eventually destroyed each other, though not after considerable effort. Addendum to 3872. How the fuck did these children gain the knowledge of the workings of an M1 Abrams tank? No less blank. I'm not responsible for cleaning out the mess those things make. If anyone is stupid enough to let children go at SCP-387, I am not recommending an upgrade to Euclid, as the constructions do not fire whilst in the presence of humans. This has been tested with adults and proved just as correct. Oh. So they can actually transform into, like, weapons, but they don't actually want to harm humans? Experiment 387C. The red tub that contains 387 is emptied of Lego. Commercially available Lego is then placed in the tub for a minute. Constructed objects are inanimate and remain so. 387 replaced. It is noted that the Lego placed within the tub also did not duplicate itself. 387C2. A single block of 387 is placed within the red tub. It does not replicate. More of 387 is added until the bottom layer is covered, at which point it began to replicate itself quite rapidly until it had been filled. The amount of SCP-387 removed from the tub continued to work. Similarly, when the amount of 387 higher than the tub's capacity was placed upon the tub, it shrank until the red tub was fully filled. Aw. Addendum 3873. It appears that the red tub itself has no abilities by itself, but SCP-387 will not duplicate itself unless in that particular tub. Perhaps this is a copyright mechanism that stops copies of 387 being made? Further experimentation needed. Experiment 387D. A robotic arm was used to construct a car out of 387. It did not animate. This test was repeated with a human hand, at which point the car animated as usual. A dead hand from a recently dismembered agent was used, to no response. The hand was then heated, which still provoked no response. Addendum 3874. It appears that 387 responds to a pulse, or some other detection of human life. So it needs an actual connection with, like, a human brain? Huh. Addendum 3875. This SCP has been in high demand for extended use, as further testing has revealed no more anomalies or features. In the personnel tested, SCP-387 has improved morale and attitude by 87%. People are really kids at heart here. As such, I am recommending that all personnel be given free access for recreational use. Aww. So, like, people at the facility actually have, like, access to this, like, living Lego sets. And they can use them to, like, you know, construct new, like, cool living Lego stuff. That's so fucking cute. Experiment 387E. Once a normal community of 387 was constructed, a small mound of mega blocks, a common copy of Lego, was placed near the community. When this happened, everything constructed of 387 stopped moving, turned slowly towards the mega blocks, and... Addendum 3876. Jesus fucking Christ! Alright, so keep mega blocks out of there, I guess. That was cute. Aww. Kirito Asuna suggests that we read SCP-5031. That's a new one, I think. Well, no, not really. It's like in the middle of the series, but... Alright, sure. Let's read SCP-5031. SCP-5031. Yet another murder monster. Huh? Notes. File under review. This document has been flagged for possible methodological issues. Please be aware that the following information is subject to change and may contain inaccuracies. Interesting. SCP-5031. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5031 is to be contained in an airtight iron cell in Biosite 59. The structure must be inspected for imperfections on a bi-weekly basis. No other interaction is necessary. Okay. Description. SCP-5031 is a non-sapient quasi-humanoid creature of unknown origin. That's not really a good description now, is it? When directly observed, SCP-5031 will temporarily cease to exist until the viewer stops observing the space that SCP-5031 formerly occupied. Traces of its existence, scratch marks, blood trails, etc., continue to exist when 5031 does not. Video and photography devices do not capture 5031's appearance. However, observing 5031's shadow does not cause cessation of existence, allowing certain physiological traits to be inferred from its silhouette. Number 1. Its abnormally small head with no discernible neck. Number 2. Elbows branch into 3 sets of lower arms each. Huh? Number 3. Elongated torso approximately 1.9 meters in length. Number 4. Pelvis terminates in a crescent-shaped protrusion of osseous tissue with a blade-like lower edge. Number 5. Levitates above the ground at a fixed height of 0.5 meters. While SCP-5031 has no nutritional needs, it will nevertheless hunt and consume any human or animal it encounters by using its pendulous lower body to down targets. SCP-5031 does not sleep and is incapable of expression or verbal communication. Huh? Addendum. As of 14/02/2018, senior researcher Stanley Huxtable is now acting in the role of HMCL supervisor for SCP-5031. The following is a selection of relevant correspondences from S.R. Huxtable to Site Director Yusuf Mostafi, elucidating research progress. Initial impressions. I have no idea who wrote this, but there's a lot I'd like to say to them. I'm not a fan of abandoning a living creature inside a metal box for 10 years, no matter how pragmatic it may be. Huh? It's difficult to fathom that such things were considered the norm a decade ago. Have you ever heard something scream from behind 10 inches of iron for hours on end? When I do my redraft, remind me to add anomalous resistance to hoarseness somewhere in the description. Could you work your magic and get the boys to retrofit the containment cube with an aperture and security vestibule? I'd like to run some tests that require exposing 5031 to certain stimuli. What the fuck is happening? Round 1 tests. Sound. Summary. Forward. Installed speakers in the containment vestibule and played various albums of natural ambience and popular music. 5031's propensity for screaming worked as a convenient way to measure its stress levels. 100% would be considered its typical screaming, volume and duration, over 48 hours, and 0% would be no screaming at all. What the fuck is happening? I don't like the sound. Morning forest ambience led to 43% stress level. Seaside paradise ambience led to 48%. Deep grotto ambience 62%. The best of Mozart 13%. The best of Enya 18%. The best of Ben Folds 6%. Oh. He seems to like Ben Folds. The best of Jethro Tull 59%. The best of Kiss 23%. Afterward, efficacy of music for stress reduction gradually decreases over time. I've assembled a playlist of SCP-5031's favorite music to play on shuffle in its enclosure in perpetuity. Stress levels consistently remain at 15 to 25% range. Baseline adjusted accordingly. Huh? Round 2 tests. Play. Summary. Test. Threw a softball into the enclosure. 5031 sliced the ball in two. Tossed a basketball into the enclosure. 5031 sliced the ball open. Rolled a bowling ball into the enclosure. 5031 scratched a couple of grooves into the ball, then rolled the ball around the enclosure with the blunt end of its tail for 20 minutes. Stress levels remained minus 60% after play. Rolled another bowling ball into the enclosure. 5031 used the blunt end of its tail to hit the balls together for a while. Stress levels remained at minus 40% after play. Bowling ball chipped and would no longer roll properly. The stress levels increased to 115%. Oh no! Replacement bowling ball has been provided, and the stress levels fall back to less than 40%. Tossed a basketball into the enclosure. SCP-5031 picked up and played with the ball. Stress levels remained at 20% after play. Afterward, SCP-5031 began to use its hands to play with the basketball, possibly to avoid accidentally damaging it. Motor skill is comparable to that of a toddler. SCP-5031 still prefers bowling ball for kicking. Oh, you're taming the little fucker. Oh, that's cute. Round 3. Food. Summary. Forward. SCP-5031 was given the choice between two potential food sources placed at opposite ends of the enclosure. Choices: a human corpse or a pig carcass. He chose a pig carcass. Pig carcass versus chicken carcass. It chose the pig carcass. Pig carcass versus rotisserie chicken. It chose the rotisserie chicken. Chicken carcass versus rotisserie chicken. It chose the rotisserie chicken. A live chicken and a rotisserie chicken. It chose the rotisserie chicken again. Roasted turkey versus a rotisserie chicken. Neither. Presumed to have been sated. Afterward. While it's true that SCP-5031 doesn't necessarily need to eat, feeding it regularly has caused a marked decrease in average stress levels. Stress reduction seems to scale proportionally with the quality of food provided. Also of note is that SCP-5031 prefers to use its tail to pry and cut meat into bite-sized proportions, rather than to rip the meat into chunks with its teeth or hands. Round 4 Tests. Coexistence. Summary. Test 1. SCP-5031 fed until sated. Live subject, a common chicken, introduced to the enclosure. Result. SCP-5031 observed the subject from a distance for several minutes, and then rolled a bowling ball toward the subject at a high speed. Subject was killed instantly. 5031's stress levels rose immediately and drastically. Oh no! Test 2. Bowling balls removed from the enclosure. 5031 fed until sated. Live subject, common chicken, introduced to the enclosure. 5031 gently rolled a basketball towards the subject. Ball hit subject lightly. Subject responded with a small cry and moved away. 5031 did not engage with subject any further. Task 3. SCP-5031 fed until sated. Live subject, a Class D prisoner, blindfolded, introduced to enclosure, and instructed to sit and roll the basketball forward, then wait until it came back and roll it again. Subject and SCP-5031 successfully rolled the ball back and forth for several minutes. SCP-5031 eventually abandoned the activity and approached the subject. Per safety control, subject removed their blindfold to terminate the activity. Test 4. SCP-5031 fed until sated. Live subject Class D introduced to the enclosure and instructed to toss a tennis ball at the wall, let it ricochet behind them, then catch and repeat. Results. SCP-5031 stood behind subject and successfully engaged in a game of catch, mimicking subject's action of letting ball ricochet against the wall. Afterward, SCP-5031's motor skills appear to be rapidly improving. Aww, the puppy! Round 5 Tests. Symbols. 5 LCD displays were fitted into the wall of SCP-5031's enclosure, each with a lit button and a food dispenser underneath. Test 1. 2 stations activated. Screen 1 displayed the image of a rock. Its button dispensed rocks. Screen 2 displayed the image of a rotisserie chicken. Its button dispensed pieces of chicken. Results. 5031 poked at the image of a chicken for a few minutes and eventually hit the button. Chicken was dispensed until 5031 was satisfied. Test 2. Screen displays and the materials dispensed were swapped. Result. SCP-5031 hit the button it had hit the previous day and received a rock. It then went to the other screen and hit the button to dispense chicken. Test 3. Screen displays and materials dispensed were swapped back to their original positions and set to swap again at random intervals after first distribution. SCP-5031 went directly to the button next to the image of a chicken, experienced apparent confusion after the first mid-distribution swap, but quickly learned to watch the images. Test 4. 3 more stations, screens, buttons, dispensers, were activated. 4 stations displayed the word rock and dispensed rocks. 1 station displayed the word chicken and dispensed chicken. Arrangements set to change randomly several times over the following days. Through trial and error, SCP-5031 determined which station dispensed chicken. 5031 subsequently went to the station marked chicken whenever displays were swapped. Oh, so it can actually learn words a little bit? Test 5. All stations deactivated except 1. Screen displayed the word chicken. 7 wood blocks were set in front of the station, each marked with one of the letters in the word chicken. The station's button was set to remain unlit and inactive until the blocks were arranged in the correct order. SCP-5031 expressed apparent frustration, hitting the inactive button repeatedly and striking the wall with its tail. Test 6. Same as previous test, but screen displayed the word chicken, with each letter overlaid on a photo of a wood block. After 12 minutes, SCP-5031 successfully assembled the word chicken. Afterward, it can learn language, Yusuf. Aww. Round 6 tests. Vocabulary. For word. 5031 has learned to use letter blocks to form the following words: chicken, turkey, pork, tofu, beef, bread, more salt, more pepper, more cooked. Music: Mozart, Enya, Ben Folds, forest, seaside, white noise, more volume, less volume, silence. Play: basketball, bowling ball, tennis ball. Cat, dog, human. Robert, Stanley, alone. Afterward, through its increased vocabulary and human interaction, SCP-5031 has made the following progress: established food preferences and dish pairings, learned to sing non-verbally, learned to juggle. 6-handed juggling is something to behold. Round 7 test activities. Test 1 introduced table, paper, and crayons into the enclosure. Live subject 52125 instructed to demonstrate drawing for SCP-5031. Results: SCP-5031 learned to draw. Discernible subjects depicted in its artworks include the prisoner, SCP-5031, a rotisserie chicken, a cat, and myself. Test 2. Introduced piano into the enclosure. Live subject, prisoner, instructed to play chopsticks, blindfolded, and invite 5031 to play along. Subject had time to practice beforehand. Result: SCP-5031 learned chopsticks in 2 days, though it appeared more interested in making its own original music complete with vocals. These compositions might be considered crude by human standards. Test 3. Introduce spice rack into the enclosure. Live subject, prisoner, instructed to demonstrate seasoning meats. Results: SCP-5031 spent almost 3 straight days experimenting with different combinations of food and spices. SCP-5031 assembled the words more, with its letter blocks after running out of garlic powder. Aww. Afterward, SCP-5031 only engages with art and music when accompanied by prisoner, but it continues to be preoccupied with food preparation even when alone. Round 8 tests. Cooking results. Forward. Basic kitchen utilities installed in enclosure. Live subject D instructed to demonstrate preparation of various recipes. Recipes learned. A quesadilla, a taco, hamburger, fried rice, Mongolian beef, spicy chicken curry, chocolate chip cookies, sponge cake with buttercream, fudge, clam chowder, steak, macaroons, chicken adobo, smoked salmon, and profiteroles. Afterward, SCP-5031 has a severe peanut allergy. This should be included in the revised containment procedures. I would also like to note that SCP-5031 is now a better chef than the average human, and it has begun to create its own recipes. The prisoner has volunteered to taste test. Oh my god, this is adorable! SCP-5031 has said its first word, salt. We are all immensely proud. Oh. Final test. Summary. SCP-5031 was given 2 months to develop a 3-course meal to serve at Biosite 59 cafeteria for personnel working over Thanksgiving. Its selections were as follows. First course, sweet potato turmeric miso soup. Second course, dog confit with apple cider glaze and cranberry compote topping, paired with a butternut squash gnocchi on a bed of kale seasoned with truffle salt. Damn! 5031? Oh my god! Third course, a slice of spiced cassava pie, topped with French vanilla ice cream, and a maple hazelnut syrup. No, this does not deserve creepy music. SCP-5031 also debuted its original composition, Piano Sonata for 6 Hands, in a live performance broadcast from its enclosure. Personal response was overwhelmingly positive. SCP-5031 stress levels at 0%. Testing successfully concluded. Revised documentation submitted for approval. Aww. So this is the story about a monster that actually, like, learned to communicate and be friendly towards personnel. Aww. It's like, it started as like a 096, and then through like proper care and attention and love, it actually became like a chef. Aww. Apparently, according to some people in the chat, they're saying that this is like an autism SCP. Aww, so it's like, they're teaching the boy, like, and the boy is like trying to find like his passions and stuff. And he actually became like a really good chef. That's actually super sweet. Oh my god, and even he made a friend. The prisoner D52125. He's called Robert. Aww. That's amazing. Purple Max says... Okay, that's kind of goofy. Purple Max says, read 3006 and my life is yours. I beg of you. Alright. SCP-3001. Red Reality. Oh wait, this is 3001. He meant 3006. Misread that. SCP-3006. Twice the number 1. Alright. Item. SCP-3006. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Online video distribution sites impacted by SCP-3006 are to be monitored by Foundation web crawlers. Manifestations of videos containing SCP-3006 are to be removed upon posting and/or detection. Foundation personnel embedded in the Alphabet Corporation are to ensure that no members of the public are able to view SCP-3006. It is estimated that, without proper implementation of the containment procedures, most videos on the global public internet would be affected within 128 hours. Interesting. The Foundation has not found any ways to prevent additional SCP-3006 videos from being posted. No other SCP objects are to be referred to in the documentation. Huh? Description: SCP-3006 is a video titled "We Are Number One, except every time you play it there are twice as many Robbie Rottens, but the room is the same size. Not safe for work," which was posted to the video hosting service. To the YouTube video hosting service on October 12th, 2016. It features a musical clip from the show Lazy Town that causes humanoids identical to the character portrayed by the deceased Icelandic actor Stefan Karl Stephenson to appear on repeated playbacks. Huh? Videos impacted by SCP-3006 are capable of spreading their effects, primarily by being posted in threads where multiple non-affected videos are present. Within 1 to 5 minutes of being linked to, all other videos linked in the same thread will begin manifesting SCP-3006's effects. Humans or living humanoids featured in videos will double with each playback, including individuals who are off-screen such as cameraman and sound personnel. The effect is exponential in that, upon each playback, the number of subjects in each video doubles. For example, a video containing 2 subjects will instead have 4 upon the second playback. The third would have 8, and the fifth 32. Oh shit, that can get it out of hand really fast. None of these entities appear to have knowledge of SCP-3006's effect, and find it highly distressing. Although affecting linked videos, SCP-3006 effect is unique to each viewer. That is, SCP-3006's effect is dependent on how many times the individual person has watched the video. If more than one subject is viewing it, this effect will occur based on who physically initiated the playback. If the subject views a series of related videos, the effect will carry over into these subsequent viewings. SCP-3006 primarily affects videos taking place in enclosed environments, although this is not universal and cannot be confirmed as a deliberate effect. Once affected by SCP-3006, it is not possible for recorded subjects to exit the area in which the video is taking place. At a certain point, these subjects will begin to suffer traumatic injuries leading to death due to the potential humanoids instantaneously appearing at the beginning of video playback. This does not prevent SCP-3006's effect from persisting. Eventually, playback reaches a point where the camera and sound equipment are destroyed due to the intense viscera pressure in the enclosed space. This can also occur in outdoor videos, although it will take more playbacks to reach that point. At this time, the appearance of the video is variable, with non-anomalous graphics spliced in with corrupted digital images. Oh my god! SCP-3006 was initially discovered after social media reports of unusual videos came to the Foundation's attention. 11,346 initial viewers of SCP-3006 were tracked down and given Class C anesthetics. After interrogation, several subjects featured in the initial video were determined to be non-anomalous and were given Class B anesthetics. As of 2017, SCP-3006 is classified as Euclid. Addendum: examples of affected videos. Oh, I want to read the shit out of this. Oh my god. Game Grumps? Let's see. Wait, the entry Purple Max wanted was actually 3008? Oh, really? But... but he super chatted 3006. I'm still into this, by the way. Your one and only says, maybe it's a good thing Purple Max made a typo because this is actually pretty interesting. This is like... so the idea is like a meme that someone made of like, we are number one, but it suddenly got like anomalous like properties attached to it. And so like every single video like that is connected to this one video has like the people inside of it duplicate over and over and over and over and over and over again until like they get squished and like the entire like space like is turned into like bloody viscera and death. That's fucking cool. Title: So what if loads of fireworks exploded in my van? Video description: a full-sized van is filled with fireworks, which are then lit to destroy the vehicle. Notes: during the second playback, it was initially unclear where additional humanoid entities were. However, analysis showed that human hands were visible against the windows of the vehicle as the fireworks were going off. None of the other subjects featured in the video appeared to notice, and playback continues as normal. Mystery Science Theater 3000. Title: Mystery Science Theater Manos Hands of Fate Free. Manos the Hands of Fate. Video description: an illegal upload of the January 30th, 1993 episode of the television show Mystery Science Theater 3000, which features low-budget films and humorous commentary. Film attached to episode is the 1966 film Manos, The Hands of Fate. SCP-3006's effect: after 12 playbacks, there were several hundred copies of the host being impaled by the metallic puppet components. In addition, the film being riffed on had the actors appearing also exponentially, with leg braces worn by one of the characters causing fatal puncture wounds in other actors. Oh, Game Grumps. Title: Dudes with Attitude in the Not Too Distant Future, Part 1. Video description: 2 adult males play a video game, with footage from the game and only sound produced in the recording space being audible. SCP-3006 effect: neither of the hosts appears to be aware of 3006's effect. Episode proceeds normally. Title: Dudes with Attitude, That's No Moon, Part 2. Number of entities present: 4. Notes: subjects display confusion and multiple iterations of their voices argue for the entirety of the episode. Several attempts to exit the recording area can be heard, all of which are unsuccessful. Oh my god! Title: Dudes with Attitude, Scotty Doesn't Know, Part 3. Number of entities present: 6. Notes: subjects become aware of the anomalous effect. The sounds of violence can be heard, with at least one of the entities appearing to be terminated. This does not appear to have affected the number of entities present in subsequent videos. Dudes with Attitude. Wait, is this real? Part 4. Number of entities present: 24. Mass confusion can be heard. The game is completely ignored from this point on, with graphics not advancing past any title screen. In the background, subjects appear to have organized and only speak when holding a magic stick. During the course of a debate, it is decided to store soiled clothing in a basket and ration food and water while they attempt to exit the recording area. Several outbreaks of violence are suppressed by the other entities. Slightly before the end of the video, the sound of a sofa being used as a battering ram can be heard. Title: Dune Buggy, Hot Sand Massage, Part 11. Number of entities present, 576. Notes, continuous, incomprehensible screaming. Title, Please Oh Please, Why Does This Always Happen to Me? Part 77. Number of entities present, around 500,000. Notes, sound of gentle sloshing with scrambled reddish digitized video graphics. Jesus Christ! Addendum, transcript of interview 3006J. Interviewer, Dr. Krang. Forward. On 2017, another video producer, Blank, discovered several of their videos affected by 3006. This transcription is for an iteration of the interview. The original has been lost, or may have never existed. Dr. Krang, can you state your name for the record and spell it? Sure. Kinda like a newspaper interview, I guess. I'm Blank. But you already knew that, right? Dr. Krang says, when did you first become aware of the videos? Someone linked it to me on Twitter, I think. It's weird, seeing people you know get fucked up like that. You feel bad, but they're just little computer people, right? So not really a big deal. That's what I thought, at least. Dr. Krang says, how long did it take for you to discover the videos you were featured in? And Blank says, yeah, well, you know how YouTube works. It was one of those suggested videos. God, dude, it's not something I want to describe. So I tried reporting it, and now I'm here with you guys. Dr. Krang, how many times did you watch the video? I don't know. At a certain point you lose track. Because it's funny, right? It's weird seeing a ton of yourself. I didn't know what else to do there, to be perfectly honest. Dr. Krang says, what do you mean? Well, it's just, I don't know why I went. It felt like, you ever do something, and then when you're done, and you don't even know why you did it? That's what it felt like. Almost like it was a dream or something. Dr. Krang says, were you expecting something to happen? What were you expecting? Blank says, from what they told me, well, they said that it'd be like they were in there with each other forever. But it's not a them, it's me. There were thousands of me, and they're dead now, crushed, viscera, puree. One of the eyes floated by, and I saw myself in it, dude. That's fucked. At this point, both the interviewer and the interviewee become aware of several humanoids, identical to themselves, present in the room. Standing around the edges. Jesus! Several iterations of Dr. Krang immediately attempt to exit the room but are unsuccessful. All instances resembling Dr. Krang begin to fighting one another, while the copies of Blank congregate in the opposite side of the room around the original interviewee, covering their faces with their hands. Get away! Stop! Help! Copies of Blank begin violently ripping flesh and skin off of one another, while copies of Dr. Krang do the same. This violence continues until there are only one iteration of each left. It is unknown whether or not these are the originals. Video playback ends with both attempting unsuccessfully to enter the interview area. End of log. Closing statements. Subject was issued Class C anesthetics at the interview. The SCP-3006 anomaly continues to persist, and several other instances of 3006 have been subsequently documented in Foundation video archives. Classification upgrade to Keter is under consideration. Oh god, that took a fucking turn in the end, Jesus! They did... oh god. They replayed on this thing, they replayed the interview they had with the subject. And then that happened. So the instances are real? No, they're not real. This is just what happened when they put the recording through the anomaly. Oh, that's so fucked. Like, they interviewed someone that was watching a playback, and then they recorded that interview and played that back. Fuck. That's great. Martin donates $30 and says, "Awesome reading time, dude." Thank you, Martin. You thought that you would get away with the notification sound? Thank you for the $30. Purple Max says, Can we still read 3008? That one is worth a read." Alright. Hopefully you didn't fuck up this time. Oh, there we go. SCP-3008. A perfectly normal, regular old IKEA. SCP-3008. Item. SCP-3008. Object Class. Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The retail park containing 3008 has been purchased by the Foundation and converted into Site Blank. All public roads leading to or passing Site Blank have been redirected. The entrance to SCP-3008 is to be monitored at all times, and no one is to enter 3008 outside of testing, as permitted by the senior researcher. Humans exiting 3008 are to be detained and then debriefed prior to the administration of anesthetics, dependent upon the duration of their stay in 3008. A cover story may need to be generated prior to their release. Any other entities exiting SCP-3008 are to be terminated. Description: SCP-3008 is a large retail unit previously owned by and branded as an IKEA, a popular furniture retail chain. A person entering SCP-3008 through the main entrance and then passing out of sight of the doors will find themselves translocated to SCP-3008-1. This displacement will typically go unnoticed, as no change will occur from the perspective of the victim. They will generally not become aware until they try to return to the entrance. SCP-3008-1 is a space resembling the inside of an IKEA furniture store, extending far beyond the limits of what could physically be contained within the dimensions of the retail units. Current measures indicate an area of at least 10 kilometers squared, with no visible external terminators detected in any direction. Inconclusive results from the use of laser rangefinders has led to the speculation that the space may actually be infinite. SCP-3008-1 is inhabited by an unknown number of civilians trapped within prior to containment. Gathered data suggests they have formed a rudimentary civilization within the dimension, including the construction of settlements and fortifications for the purposes of defending against 3008-2. 3008-2 are humanoid entities that exist within 3008-1. While superficially resembling humans, they possess exaggerated and inconsistent bodily proportions, often described as being too short or too tall. They possess no facial features and in all observed cases wear a yellow shirt and blue trousers, consistent with the IKEA employee uniform. Oh, it's like fake people. Like mimic people. Like, maybe like mannequins? SCP-3008-1 has a rudimentary day-night cycle, determined by the overhead lighting within the space, activating and deactivating at times consistent with the opening and closing times of the original retail store. During the night, instances of 3008-2 will become violent towards all other life forms within 3008-1. During these bouts of violence, they have been heard to vocalize phrases in English that are typical variations of, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building." Once day begins, 3008-2 instances immediately become passive and begin moving throughout 3008-1 seemingly at random. They are unresponsive to questioning and other verbal cues in the state, though will react violently if attacked. 3008-1 is known to have one or more exits located within, though these exits do not appear to have a fixed position, making it difficult to leave 3008-1 once inside. Using any other door besides the main entrance to enter the structure or breaking through the walls of the retail unit leads into the non-anomalous interior of the original store. Since containment began, 14 individuals have managed to exit 3008. Following extensive debriefing, all individuals have been administered anesthetics and released. Incident 3008-1. At 12:37 on blank blank 2000, a human male exited 3008, followed 10 seconds later by an instance of 3008-2. SCP-3008-2 caught and killed the man before itself being terminated by armed response personnel. This incident represents the only time an instance of SCP-3008-2 has been seen exiting 3008. A full autopsy on the corpse was performed. See 3008 autopsy log for more details. The man was carrying an IKEA-branded journal, seeming to document his time in 3008-1. Transcribed below verbatim. Oh shit, this is so cool! Where is the autopsy log, though? I don't think it's here. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a long boy. Let's see. So I'm writing this document to document what I can only assume is my sudden descent into insanity. I can't possibly be that bad a navigator, and yet as I write this, I've been trapped in IKEA for 2 days. I haven't seen another person in the entire time I've been here. I thought it was a prank at first. Turn the place into a maze, get all the people out, and see how long it takes me to get lost. Then everyone has a good laugh. I realized that wasn't the case when I tried to backtrack. Everything had changed, so I ended up lost. Instead of the exit, it was just row after row of bookcases. So, I'm trapped in IKEA. Sounds like the setup for a bad joke. Then, the lights went out at 10 p.m. Nearly gave me a fucking heart attack. That loud electrical thunk sound, and then pitch blackness. Place is full of beds though, and my phone has a torch on it, but no damn signal. So I found a bed and went to sleep. Spent most of the day trying to find my way out with no luck. Did find a restaurant serving those meatballs though, so at least I won't starve. Oh shit, a meatball place. That's probably the punchline to that joke. Anyway, they were still warm and fresh, but I haven't seen anyone around who could have cooked them. Made my way back to the beds before the lights cut out again since it's too dark to search with them off. It's 9:10 a.m. now. The lights came back a little while ago. I'm sure I've searched the entire area around where I came in now, and the exit obviously is not there, so I'm going to pick a direction and hope for the best. Day 3 of my magical IKEA mystery adventure. If I wasn't sure that there was something seriously weird about this place before, I am now. Walked for 3 hours in a more or less straight line. Insert IKEA joke here. Before I came across a ladder next to one of those huge stock shelves that they have here. Climbed up to get my bearings, and it looks like this place just stretches on forever. Like that scene from The Lion King, except instead of trees and grass, it was all just shelves and tables and crap. I did see a person moving not too far away though, so I headed over. Thought it was a staff member at first. It was wearing the uniform, and hell, maybe it was. Maybe freakish 7-foot-tall monsters with long arms, short legs, and no faces are just the kinds of thing that they want working at Super IKEA. Damn thing completely ignored me though, and with no eyes or ears, I can't even be sure it knew I was there. Thought about shoving it or something to get its attention, but its hands were big enough to crush a watermelon, so I decided against it. It just kept moving along, and eventually I lost sight of it, so I decided to carry on the way I was going. Anyway, no comfy bed for me tonight. Looks like I've entered the improbably hard and pointy table section of the store. I guess I'll have to make do with some bunched-up tablecloths. Phone battery died during the day too. Didn't work anyway, but I feel like I've just lost some vital lifeline. You ever see one of those cartoons where they're going through the doors in a hallway and they just pop out of another door in the same hallway? That's how I feel right now. I've seen nothing but the same identical bookshelf for 2 days now. Just row after row after row of them. I mean, come on. I love books as much as the next guy, but this is excessive. I'm obviously still moving forwards though. I can see the signs hanging overhead passing by. Too bad none of them say exit. Not sure who I was addressing that last question to. Let's just say it was practice for the autobiography I'm going to write when I get out of here. I'll call it my perfectly normal trip to a regular old IKEA. Next page. Finally found some other people. Yeah, turns out I'm not the only poor bastard trapped in here. Lucky for me, I guess. My 6th night here. 2 of those staff things came at me in the dark. Different from the first one I saw, but still messed up. Heard them coming. They were saying that the store was closed, and I had to leave the building. All nice and polite. I'm not sure which part of that was weirder. That they don't have mouths, or that they were apparently trying to kill me while they were saying it. Came at me like rabid dogs. So I legged it, sprinting through IKEA in the dark like a fucking madman. I saw it when I cleared another stand of those giant stock shelves, all lit up with torches and floodlights. They've built a whole town in here. Got a massive wall built out of shelves and beds and tables and whatever else. I swear to God, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Anyway, I guess they saw me coming, or maybe they heard my girlish bellows of fear, because they had a gate open and 2 people were there waving me in. Heard the staff thing slam into the gate behind me after it closed. Still politely informing us all that the store was closed. They wandered off eventually though. They call the town Exchange, because that's what's on the sign hanging from the ceiling directly above it. Exchange and returns. All lit up against the night using lights they found and plugged into the power lines. And there are beds and food and people. Over 50 wonderful people with regular-sized human limbs and a full set of facial features. It is now my 7th night here, and the first one not spent in darkness. A full week living in IKEA. There's probably a TV show in that somewhere. Aww. Now that I'm around other people, I'm starting to feel more normal. Maybe normal isn't the word, but after a week with only the sound of my own footsteps for company, I was becoming increasingly sure that I had just gone nuts. That I was tied up in some padded room somewhere, banging my head against the wall. But no, I feel quite sane now. Thank you very much. Apparently there are other towns out there, some with more people, some with less. I found that fairly mind-boggling. How can that many people go missing with no one noticing? Surely someone would have noticed that everyone who goes into that IKEA seems to fucking vanish. Or maybe it's not everyone. Maybe we're just the lucky ones. The people here just call those staff monster things the staff. Apparently they are fine during the day. minding their own business, walking aisles. As soon as those lights go out though, they go fucking bonkers. So during the day, people go out to find food, water, and whatever else they need. Apparently there are restaurants and shops around that randomly get restocked. No one knows how. Maybe the staff do it. Apparently they aren't very good at their jobs though, because restocking sometimes takes a while, which means the food needs to be rationed out. Maybe they weren't so busy. If they weren't so busy chasing people around in the dark, they'd get more done. Anyway, when night comes, the staff go nuts and everyone holds up inside the walls. Apparently, it's the same everywhere else in this place, whatever this place is. The Your IKEA, from whence all other IKEA sprang. Or maybe we're all just still in the regular IKEA and this is all some fever dream brought on by mind-numbing boredom. Who knows? Been here for 10 days now. Most of the people I asked said they stopped keeping track of time a long time ago. One guy, Chris, said that he'd been here for years. Years! Apparently there are rumors of people who do manage to get out, and of people who see the exit, only to have it vanish before their very eyes. I get the feeling not everyone believes that, but I do. Explains how we got stuck here in the first place, sort of. And I mean, come on. Staff monsters, row after row of endless row of high-quality Swedish furniture. I don't know why they would find a disappearing door so hard to believe in. Anyway, I went out scavenging for food at a nearby shop with Sandra and Jerry today. Once you learn the landmarks of this place, it's not so hard to navigate. The overhead signs help a lot, but there are others, not too far in the distance. A huge section of those giant stock shelves has collapsed against each other, and way off in the east, we all assume it's east anyway, apparently IKEA doesn't sell compasses, is some kind of tower that looks like it's made of wood. Reaches all the way into the ceiling. Maybe they were trying to break out through the roof. Lights up at night, so there must be people there. But it's apparently a few days' walk, which means it must be miles away. So no one here really knows for sure. Apparently, I got incredibly lucky sleeping out there in the open for a week without getting ripped to bits by the staff. That's me, I guess. Lucky. We found some food in the shop. Guess the staff restocked it during the night, which was nice of them. There was a telephone on the wall, so I figured I'd try it out. There was a voice on the other end, but they were just talking nonsense, random words strung together with no real meaning. You ever see a video of someone with aphasia? Kind of sounded like that. They didn't answer me when I spoke to them anyway. Sandra says that all the phones in here are the same. Oops, asking the journal questions again. I was thinking last night, the ceiling on this place is pretty high, and as far as anyone can tell, it goes on forever. Shouldn't there be some kind of weather in here? I'm sure I read about some NASA building that was so big that it had its own weather patterns, with clouds and stuff. This place is definitely bigger than that. But now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've never felt so much as a temperature change in here. I'll add it to the grand list of weird bullshit. The staff attacked the exchange last night. Must have been 20 to 30 of them, all just asking us to leave the store, calm as you like, while trying to smash the walls down with their bare hands. Apparently, this happens pretty regularly, so everyone is prepared for it. Knives from the restaurants, lawnmower blades made into hatchets, a fire axe. One guy, Waysome, even made a functional crossbow. Anyway, the walls have holes in them, which I hadn't noticed before, specifically so we can stab out at the staff when they attack. Took a couple of them down myself. They don't seem to bleed, which is weird, but they go down as easy as a regular person once you start sticking holes in them. We had to haul the bodies away in the morning. Apparently the dead ones will attract more during the nights, so we had to take them away from the exchange. We have a couple of those trolley things they use to move big boxes around, so we loaded them up and took them over to pickup. Apparently, people just name everything here after whatever sign is hanging overhead. Pickup was grisly. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of dead staff all piled up. There was no smell, which was a blessing. Apparently, in addition to not bleeding, these things don't rot either. My curiosity got the better of me while we were unloading them, so I took a look at one of the more cut up ones. They are just skin, or something that looks like skin, all the way through. No muscle, no bone, no organs. Are they even really alive in the first place? They certainly seem like they have bones when they're moving around, pounding at the walls. And I'm sure I felt more resistance than just skin when the knife went in during the night. Maybe something happens to them when they die. Just one more thing in the ever-increasing list of weird shit that goes on in here, I guess. Something occurred to me. After the staff attack the other night, every time you see a situation like this on TV or in a film, like it's the end of the world or everyone is trapped on an island or whatever, once groups like ours start to form, people always seem to turn on each other, fighting for food or dominance or whatever else. That hasn't happened here, though. Apparently people from other towns come by from time to time, just to check in or occasionally trade if they are short on something. But everything is always cordial, friendly even. Maybe it's the threat of the staff, or perhaps the constant restocking of supplies in the shops means that there's nothing much to fight over. Oh. Maybe people are just better than they were initially given credit for. That's a nice thought. I think I'll go with that one. A dozen people showed up at the gates this afternoon from a town called Trolleys. Apparently the staff broke through the walls and tore through the town apart during the night. These 12 are the only survivors out of like over 100. We let them in, obviously. One more point in the human decency column. Later, I asked if anyone knew how many of these towns were out there. Between us and the new folk, we managed to come up with over 20 names. 20 towns filled with people. And who knows how many beyond that. The motto for this place should be, how is that even possible? Surely someone, somewhere, must be looking for the thousands of people that must be in here. I've been here for a little over 2 months now. Not that much changes, as it turns out. A couple of new people showed up. Same backstory as the rest of us. Nice little trip to IKEA, and suddenly they're trapped in Billy's bookcase house of faceless weirdos. The staff attack the exchange once or twice a week. We kill them, haul their bodies off. Sometimes they hurt some of us first. They killed a guy called Jared a couple of weeks back. It was awful, frankly. Turns out regular humans still bleed in here, even if the staff don't. We tried our best, but none of us are doctors. Jared was a good guy. He deserved better. We all do. It occurred to me a couple of days after that, none of us were really looking for a way out of here. I don't even know where we'd start. One of those quadcopter things with a camera attached buzzed past exchange today. I thought it meant that someone was finally looking for us, that help was on the way. Apparently, it's not the first time this has happened though. Same thing happened a few months ago, and everyone's still here. No idea if it saw us. It didn't stop if it did, just kept flying until we could no longer see it. Notes. Based on recovery time of the journal, this entry appears to line up approximately with our first successful test piloting a drone inside of SCP-3081. Analysis of footage shows a walled settlement under a sign labeled Exchange and Returns. Attempts to relocate the settlement failed. Origin of previously sighted drones is unknown. Aww. Wait a second. Origin of previously sighted drones unknown? So the first time they passed a drone was not the first time the people saw a drone? Oh, that's weird. I started talking to people about the stuff they miss from home during dinner today. Probably not the best idea I've ever had. Everyone seemed pretty down after. A bunch of people here have families, husbands, wives, kids, dogs. Franklin apparently has a pet llama, though I'm not sure if I buy that. Apparently some of the people here have some seriously odd gaps in their knowledge. 3 of them had never heard of the International Space Station. 2 of them seemed to think blank was the Prime Minister. And 1 of them had apparently never heard of the Statue of Liberty. What? I believe them too. They seemed just as confused as the rest of us. The more I thought about it though, the more it started to explain a few things. What if the reason no one is looking for us, for all of us missing people, is because we haven't all come from the same place? This is going to sound weird. Maybe that should be the motto for this place. But what if all the people here have come from different dimensions? Realities? Whatever you call it. I've seen enough TV shows to know the drill. Sarah comes from a place where there is no Statue of Liberty. They didn't launch a space station where Wasim is from. If everyone here came from different places, even from ones that seem identical, there'd be no huge missing persons panic, no mass search. We'd just be a blip. A single missing person in a world of non-stop news. Well, that's a fun train of thought. Just realized that yesterday was the 6th month anniversary of my arrival here. I wonder if IKEA sells party hats. The routine around here has remained more or less the same. More new folks show up. 1 every couple of weeks or so. Food supplies go up and down, but we've never actually had a major shortage. Occasionally, we get a visitor from one of the nearby towns, usually checkouts or aisle 630. We check in with each other from time to time, occasionally trade supplies if someone gets particularly low on something. It's comforting, in a way. A reminder that we aren't alone in here. Some small glimmer of civilization. Sometimes they bring medical supplies. Apparently there's a pharmacy a few towns down from checkouts that gets restocked every now and then, so they share out what they can. I've never heard of an IKEA with a pharmacy before, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone stumbled on an IKEA organ harvesting lab. Would certainly explain the staff. Speaking of our faceless jailers, their attacks have been getting worse lately. 3 or 4 times a week now, with twice as many staff as there used to be. No idea where they all come from, or why the attacks have increased. We tried following one of them during the day a few weeks ago, me and Sarah. Wanted to see if they lead back to a staff room or something. Didn't seem to go anywhere though, just randomly walked through the aisles. We had to turn back before we found anything. We've been reinforcing the walls, trying to arm ourselves better. Certainly no lack of materials to use. Wasim has been making more crossbows, but it's pretty slow going. Too bad IKEA doesn't sell guns. Note: no new personnel have entered SCP-3008 at site blank in the time span indicated in this entry. The attacks are getting bad now, almost every night. With so many staff that the bodies almost pile high enough for others to climb the walls, I think we're in real trouble here. Exchanges. I think exchange is done. We got hit pretty bad last night. Not many casualties. But the wall is wrecked. We finally figured out why the attacks had been escalating too. A box of supplies had a chunk of one of the staff in there. No idea how it happened, but apparently a piece of one of them will draw them as well as a full body. Too late now, in any case. There's too many bodies for us to haul away and still have time to fix the wall before night. Candace has called a meeting. I suspect there will be a talk of abandoning exchange. Maybe try and get shelter at checkouts or something. It's already getting late, though. I don't think we'll have time to make it. Maybe some of us will. I was fine for that first week out in the dark, after all. But then, how often can I keep getting lucky? I'm only writing this for a sense of closure, I guess. For me, or for anyone who finds this. If this is the final entry here, I hope whoever is reading this is doing so from outside of this place. My biggest fear? If I do die tonight, I'll just wake up here again in the morning. Notes. This is the last entry. It is assumed that while attempting to reach the checkout settlement, he was separated from the rest of this group by pursuing 3082's instances and happened upon the exit. Ooh, my god. That was awesome! It was like reading a Walking Dead fanfic. My god. But did he make it? No, he died. That's why we're reading the journal. He did not make it. Oh, that was great, though. And it's just like that forever. Purple Max says, a Roblox game based on this introduced me to SCP. Also, that game has 100 player lobbies. Pretty good survival game. Huh. That Dan Cloud says, not sure if you would, but could you read SCP-662? It's my favorite one. I saw people recommending their favorites, so I thought I could pitch in. Well, before that is able to be done, I think that we owe Nyan a reading. Nyan suggested an SCP reading way, like, hours ago. So, what was that? Let's see, Nyan, which one did you recommend? SCP... something something? 2852. SCP-2852. Cousin Johnny. Okay. SCP-2852. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Containment of SCP-2852 is to focus on tracking and disruption of incidents where possible, and general monitoring of SCP-2852 compatible population centers. All individuals involved in blue level and white level events are to be monitored extensively, and their identities are to be given to local law enforcement as potential terrorist threats. Even when disrupted, individuals involved in blue level and white level events are to be catalogued, and their names are to be sent to local law enforcement agencies. Individuals witnessing the disruption of either event are to be given Class B anesthetics. Okay. Black level events are to be monitored until conclusion. Afterwards, all participants are to be treated with Class A amnestics, and are otherwise treated identically to those affected by other events. Members of Mobile Task Forces Upsilon 36, Upsilon 52, and Upsilon 99 who witness a black level event are to be treated with Class A amnestics upon retirement or transfer, and are to be monitored for any signs of antisocial or otherwise uncharacteristic behavior. If found to have been infected by the black level event, operatives are to be amnesticized, suspended from all field operations, and redesignated to low-level, low-intensity work, i.e., maintenance and data inputs. MTF-Y36, aka Party Crashers, are tasked with responding to any 2852 appearance. MTF's Y52 Cater Duty and Y99 Altar Boys are tasked to identify 2852 events and provide backup to Y36 as needed. Cater duty and altar boys are to establish presence within communities where 60% of the population is Roman Catholic, or, as of Revision 2852-7, Anglican. Any 2852 instance found attached to different religious group must be reported to a researcher with level 4 2852 clearance immediately. While currently isolated to the North American subcontinent, all 2852 compatible communities are to be monitored for an uncharacteristic rise in juvenile delinquency, sterility, domestic violence, and divorce rates. Okay, what the fuck is this? I'm actually genuinely curious. No good music. Description. Instances of 2852 have the appearance of a middle-aged white male. Biologically, the cells of SCP-2852 instances are genetically identical and human. However, instances do not have any identifiable organs. Their bodies are made up of fibrous muscular tissue, with the teeth and hair being made out of chitin chemically similar to those of the Cicadae family. The eyes of 2852 instances, while looking non-anomalous from a distance, are set in the sockets without any nerve connection. While capable of speech, despite having no vocal cords or analogous organs, 2852 instances do not show any grasp of language, speaking in a word salad. Despite this, all individuals at an 2852 compatible event will perceive the subject as speaking intelligibly and will regard its actions as normal, unless briefed of its anomalous properties beforehand. Individuals describe 2852 as being playful with a crude sense of humor, and all individuals affected in an SCP-2852 event will refer to the subject as Cousin Johnny. While sentient, SCP-2852 instances do not appear sapients. SCP-2852 instances will appear at various Catholic and Anglican religious functions and are treated as being an established member of the family. Instances of SCP-2852 are accepted regardless of family resemblance or ethnicity. The entity appears at baptisms, weddings, funerals, referred to as blue level, white level, and black level events. Oh. Respectively. Currently, okay, dislike this track a lot. The entity appears at baptisms, weddings, and funerals. Currently, no SCP-2852 instance has been found to appear at any other family gathering. All attempts at tracking 2852 instances before and after an event have met with failure. The entities are able to appear at such events as though they had always been there, alternatively appearing between frames when under surveillance, or simply evading any attempt by operatives to keep them out on events. All tracking devices placed on SCP-2852 instances have malfunctioned immediately, with the entity evading any surveillance. Each family gathering that SCP-2852 attends results in different behavior from the subject and different effects. Generally, the effects of 2852 appearing at a family gathering result in more serious damage done to children, although adults are not free from its effects. It is worth noting that stopping an SCP-2852 instance before it involves itself in the religious ritual will not stop its effects from spreading, although they may be diluted. The appearance of 2852 at an event is enough for its effects to start spreading among the family. When questioned after the event, all affected individuals report a feeling of fondness towards SCP-2852, regardless of its actions during an event. Oh. Okay. So we have 3 different stories. 1 blue level, 1 white level, and 1 a black level. Alright. Blue level is supposed to be baptisms. White is weddings, black is funerals. Let's check the blue level events. SCP-2852's effects at a blue level event are present more strongly in the child being baptized, its parents, and any godparents chosen for the occasion. During the baptismal ritual, 2852 will involve itself directly in the proceedings, acting as a third godparent, where traditionally there are only 2, a male and a female. Blue level events proceed identically, despite the presence of a third godparent, until the child is submerged into the water. Immediately, the child's top layer of skin will sludge off in one piece, as though molting. Oh. This process does not seem to harm the child in any meaningful way. The godparents will then eat the skin between each other. Afterwards, the mass will go on as normal, and SCP-2852 will exit along with the family. It is of note that 2852 does not appear at any family celebration held after the baptism. The baptized child has a chance of dying within the next 6 months, well above the national average. Living children exhibit multiple cluster B personality disorders. Most join anti-capitalism groups, various GOIs, or, if unchecked, will engage in destructive behavior, usually manifesting in self-harm, abuse of animals, or abuse of small children. Godparents and biological parents will be rendered sterile, regardless of SCP-2852's success in becoming part of the baptismal ritual. Both groups commit suicide within 5 years of a blue level event, normally through drowning. Oh. All individuals not involved in the baptism ritual are 500% more likely than the national average to have stillbirths. Those who are still capable of having children are far more likely to abandon them, sometimes allowing the child to die in the process. One couple affected by a blue level event in Blank, Ohio, gave birth to triplets, which they then tore apart and hung from trees around their property. Past adolescence and into childhood, children exposed to the song of the cicadas respond with extreme anxiety and accompanying physical symptoms such as dry mouth, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and headaches. Some subjects' agitation escalates into violent outbursts, which have resulted in at least 20 fatalities. When interviewed about the cause of their disturbance, no subjects have ever identified cicada song as a trigger for their episodes. Even in one interview involving Level 5 enhanced interrogation, the subject never indicated the role of a cicada song in his attack of Blank Parish, which resulted in 18 dead, 10 wounded, including his parents and 3 siblings. What the fuck? Okay, white level. This is the wedding. During the marriage ceremony, SCP-2852 will insert itself as a groomsman, and its most deleterious anomalous effects will only manifest after the vows. After the rings have been exchanged, 2852 will produce various implements that allow the bridesmaids and groomsmen to pull out their teeth one by one. The individuals seem to be oblivious to any pain that would normally take place during such an event, and blood loss, through still unknown means, does not occur. The bride and groom will be presented with the teeth and will eat them. Damage done to the bride and groom's teeth and jaw is excessive, but any blood loss that occurs will not be fatal. The groom will then, in place of vows, vocalize a currently unknown cicada song, which has been known to reach 140 decibels, rendering the bride and those on the altar deaf. Currently, No groom has been deafened by his own call. At the wedding reception, SCP-2852 will take the role of the best man and give a speech. This speech, as all vocalizations of 2852, will be nonsensical with no pattern to the words used. Individuals will react to the speech with mixed emotions, some crying uncontrollably and others falling into hysterical laughter. After the speech, SCP-2852 will produce a gift for the married couple. This gift, currently, has always been a 3.5 kilograms of human hair of various colors, 13 deceased specimens of Tibicen linnae, and 23 human teeth in a cardboard box. DNA testing on all gifts have been inconclusive. The bride and groom of a white level event will divorce on average 2 years later after their wedding, usually as the result of domestic violence. Any children produced during their marriage will have cluster B personality disorders or life-threatening disfigurements. All married individuals attending the event will find themselves unable to have children, despite the lack of detectable changes to their fertility-related biology. Sperm counts and sperm quality remain unaffected. Ovulation also remains unchanged, and no genetic irregularities have been observed in the eggs. The Foundation has arranged a statistically significant number of hysterectomies for guests at white-level events. All surgeries are prescribed and administered by third-party agents in the medical industry. Exhaustive biopsies, chemical analyses, and mechanical inspections of the extracted uteri and ovaries have failed to yield any signs of abnormality. All children involved in a white-level event will avoid romantic relationships, and 9 out of 10 commit suicide by the age of 18. Roughly half pull out their teeth until blood completely blocks their airways, and the others bite their own wrists until exsanguinated. Oh, Christ. I don't want to read the funeral one. Alright. Black level events. Black level events are notable in that any attempt to disrupt the event through any means results in the actor becoming a participant in the event. Currently, there exists no way to stop or end a black level event. Any attempts at barring 2852 instances from the church or funeral home result in 2852 simply appearing in a pew. During a black level event, 2852 will take the piece of the eulogizer, even if one was not scheduled to speak during the mass. The speech, as any vocalization by 2852, will be nonsensical, with no patterns being found. However, as the subject speaks, the individual closest to the departed will open the casket and produce a long knife. The knives produced during a black level event are not seen before the event and disappear after the events. The individual will then exsanguinate themselves, normally from the wrists, but there have been instances where individuals will slit their throats. In turn, 2 by 2, each attendant will use the knife to pour their blood into the casket. Children too young to exsanguinate themselves are helped by the adults. Despite many losing enough blood to result in death, no physical effects are seen in the participants. 2852's speech eventually turns into the song of an adult male Tibicen linnae. All participants will respond with the same call, the call of the cicadas, despite the song of the cicada being limited to the male. 2852 will stand at the pulpit until each individual has bled themselves, and then will walk to the casket and vomit a mixture of blood, wood pulp, and dead specimen of cicadas. It is currently unknown how SCP-2852 instances are able to hold the mixture within themselves, due to the lack of any cavity of sufficient size in its body. Once finished, the funeral mass will go on as normal, and the casket, filled with blood and 2852's vomit, will be taken to the cemetery and lowered into the earth as is normal for a Catholic or Anglican funeral service. Black level events normally will end here. If a family gathering was planned to take place after the funeral, SCP-2852 will attend. 2852 will, once all individuals affected have come to the location, vomit a similar mixture of blood, wood pulp, and dead cicada into a bowl. This mixture will be primarily eaten by the affected children. After this has been eaten, 2852 will give another speech of nonsensical words without patterns, strip itself, and lay upon the table. The participants then will eat 2852's flesh until there is nothing left. During this, 2852 will still vocalize, and even when suffering from mortal injuries, will continue to sing. Participants have been known to carry on friendly conversation with 2852 while eating it. Children unable to chew whole food properly will be fed mouth to mouth by any caregivers. All participants of a black level event will break from their family either through suicide, moving, or divorce. Every individual involved in an event will be rendered sterile. Domestic violence and participants of black level events will usually be of cannibalistic in nature, resulting in the death of one or both individuals. 6 out of 10 children involved will attempt to murder one or both of their parents before they turn 18. It is theorized that nearly a third of Catholic and Anglican D-class were involved in a black level event. For further research regarding related phenomena, please see database entry for SCP-3004. Oh. Jesus Christ. For further research regarding related phenomena, please see database entry 3004. SCP-3004. What? Is this related to Cousin Johnny? Huh. This would be a great horror movie. Oh my god. Yes, it would. Seems to be some kind of paranormal cicada creature. That was great, though. Hell yeah. Alright, let's search for another SCP. Haydenson says, I sent a super chat earlier, but could you please do SCP-089? Involves child sacrifice. Wait, I think I know that one. Tophet. Posted almost 13 years ago. Is this the one with the fucked up creepy child? I don't like that one. Korak the Mad wants me to read SCP-1936. Let's check that one out. SCP-1936. Daleport. Interesting. Let's see. SCP-1936. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1936 is to be contained behind a 2-meter electrical fence, which is to be patrolled by security elements. The area contained is roughly circular, 1 kilometer in diameter. Security cameras are to be installed to cover areas not currently being patrolled. Expeditions into SCP-1936 are to be escorted by an armed element as specified by Area 37's Security Director. Personnel are to not enter spatially anomalous locations without specific authorization, with the conditions of such authorization dependent on recent anomalous activity within SCP-36. Area 37 is to be set up on the outskirts of the town to support these operations and to provide facilities for the initial testing and classification of objects recovered from SCP-1936. Once classified, these objects are to be sent to the appropriate site for long-term storage and study. Dead biological samples recovered from 1936 are to be kept under strict quarantine and taken to Area 37. Summary incineration may be performed if the samples are deemed hazardous. In the event that any live biological samples are found in SCP-1936, investigating personnel are to remove themselves from the area, and Mobile Task Force Zeta-29 Mad Mountaineers are to be sent in to recover and bring it into containment. Description: SCP-1936 is the New England town of Daleport. In the year 1997, the town fell victim to what is presumed to be a highly destructive event, or a series of highly destructive events over the course of several days. During this time, the Foundation was unable to enter the town or observe any event that occurred therein, due to the presence of 1936-1, a gaseous area centered on Daleport that covered the whole town. For further information, see Attempted Expedition 1936. This anomaly is no longer present at SCP-1936, having dissipated a week and a half after its appearance. Dimensions of the remaining buildings have become significantly altered from the original plans, and a large number of them have become topologically inconsistent. Investigation report spatial anomalies, including rooms that become smaller when they are entered, eventually preventing the occupants from moving. Doors that lead to different points at different times of the day, and corridors that, despite leading to only one location, also lead to several different locations. No survivors from the anomalous events which affected Daleport have been found within the town proper, but the remains of a large number of Daleport citizens have been recovered. Cause of death varies, but it appears that a large number committed suicide. In many cases, the remains of these citizens demonstrate anomalous properties, presumed to be the result of the anomalous event. These remains have included a smear of entrails and viscera capable of picking up radio transmissions from up to 6 miles away. Sound is created through vibration of tissues. Subject was found with a small plant that gave out a small constant flame. A torso embedded in a wall. Slight movement of the torso was visible when investigating personnel spoke. Blood continually manifest 15 centimeters above the torso. The body of an older male with both eyes gouged out. A steady stream of ashes pours from the body's eye sockets, nose, mouth, and ears without any apparent source. Several human corpses discovered in a row on the main streets. Flesh, skin, and bone had been removed from a circular portion of their foreheads. Skin and brain tissue surrounding the wound had undergone severe charring. At 1942 each day, several floating torsos manifest outside of the Johnson Public Library, simulating the motions of running, heading southwest along Market Road. 3 minutes after manifesting, the torsos attempt to leave the road and fade out. The body of a young female that floats steadily upwards when subject to any applied force, regardless of the force's direction. Attempted Expedition Log, 1936. Due to the unknown status of Daleport's residents, manned and unmanned expeditions were made into SCP-1936-1 to determine the safety of entering 1936-1, ascertain the nature of 1936-1 and its effect, and to facilitate possible recovery of civilians. These expeditions took place over the course of several days as resources arrived on location. Attempted Expedition Log, 1936-1. Procedure. Following the detainment of relevant witnesses and the establishment of a containment perimeter, an unmanned ground vehicle was sent into SCP-36-1. UGV-1 was equipped with atmospheric sampling sensors, closed and open-circuit biological samples, including several Rattus norvegicus brown rat instances. Video and audio recording equipment were also included. UGV-1 found 1936-1 to be composed of sulfur, nitrogen, and carbon oxides. The concentration was found to be at a level where irritation occurs, but would not present a lethal hazard. Biological samples were unaffected in any anomalous manner. Video recordings showed a smooth, wasteland-like landscape, starting at 100 meters into SCP-1936-1 and extending up to 2 kilometers from the edge of 1936-1. At this range, radio communication with UGV-1 became degraded, and UGV-1 was returned to the SCP-1936-1's perimeter. Attempted Expedition Log 2. Manned Ground Expedition. 2 D-Class were sent into SCP-1936-1 aboard UGV-2. UGV-2 was equipped with a higher wattage ratio transceiver of that of UGV-1. The prisoners wore... Hold on a second. There we go. The prisoners wore Level A gas-tight hazmat protective clothing and biotelemetry sensors during the expedition. Results: D512 and D513 were initially taken 1 kilometer from SCP-1936-1's boundary. Prisoner 1 was ordered to desuit. Prisoner 1 had been previously briefed on this and complied promptly. Prisoner 1 reported no ill effects from exposure to 1936-1. Medical telemetry showed D513 had slight difficulty breathing, similar to breathing smog. The other prisoner and D513 continually reported flat, featureless terrain, while in SCP-1936-1. Unacceptable levels of radio interference began at 3 kilometers from SCP-1936-1's boundary, and UGV-2 was returned to the edge. Medical examinations performed upon their return on the prisoners showed they had not been abnormally affected during the expedition. Expedition 3. Armed Manned Ground Expedition. Forward. The following audio log is a transcription of an attempted expedition by Mechanized Infantry Platoon Kilo. The platoon was assigned 6 Piranha LAVV vehicles with mounted environmental analysis equipment. Log begins 3 kilometers into SCP-1936-1. CNC, Kilo Actual. This is Mike. Requesting update on your status. Over. Kilo Actual. Mike, this is Kilo Actual. We're still seeing the terrain as flat. 1936-1 doesn't seem to have changed since we went in. Kilo Actual, this is Bravo Actual. We can see an upwards incline ahead. This is Alpha Actual. We aren't seeing any incline. Check your Mark 1s over there, Bravo. Bravo Actual. Alpha, We're going down the incline right now. Yeah, we see it, following you down. Charlie Actual. Kilo Platoon, this is Charlie Actual. Anyone else seeing the sky out there? We're getting a lot of red and blue patterns. Seems to be screwing up the radio a bit. Unknown 1. Yach Lirch Femplat Emboom. Charles Actual. CNC, I think we're getting a bit of interference. Unknown 2. They said, Amen. May that heretic burn in the pit. As in, I fucking hate him so much, I hope he dies a slow, painful death in a burning hole. At this point, two-way communication with the expedition team was lost, with CNC only able to receive messages. Sounds of a firefight and wildly varying descriptions of the attacking forces are heard. After approximately 30 minutes, the following message is received. I am Zvlrz, the Shivering Mist. I am the Nth currently covering the town of Daleport. While traversing my Ftr, your men have been attacked. Some have become Ngr, but the rest are in safe hands. Evil has been summoned to this town by a society of Hor. The worst shall be contained within me by Vlr and Vlr. But the town and its people will not remain unaffected. A great battle shall rage, and a victor must be decided. In time, those who stop the Aye will be here in time and see the Please do not send any more soldiers into me, as I cannot keep them from the Shog. When I'll throd before the victors, I shall leave and the Shog will be yours again. I hope you shall survive. Yeah. Closing statement. Unmanned observations continued to operate but were unable to reach the town of Daleport. No manned expeditions were sent into SCP-1936-1 prior to its dissipation. Huh. Well, that seems to be like a weird, satanic, weird, demonic, maybe like Lovecraftian dimensional merge in the town of that town. Blech. How much more is there here? Oh, there's so much. Not really into this story, honestly. I do not like an evil cultist showing up to, like, describe how, like, evil they are. That's kind of silly. Oh well. Now read SCP-2521. Alright. I'm gonna cut this one off short. And go to SCP-2521. Not available. Oh, I can't even read this one. Why are you guys trying to show me one that I can't even read in a reading chill stream? Ban that guy, fuck that guy. Evil cultists being cartoonishly evil is very common on the site, lol. Blah. I don't like it. Kind of takes away from, like, the mysterious horror-like vibes. What about... let's see... I was wondering if you could read Mr. Bright's Don't Do list. Nah, that's a bit too goofy for me. Also, SCP-1609 is interesting. Not that scary or well-known, but it's kind of interesting. Let's see... SCP-1609. The remains of a chair? It's Euclid. That's kind of weird. Are you reading Tales 2? A funny one being the Joey Fucknut series. I'm more for, like... I'm more into like the actual scary ones, you know what I mean? Or like the ones that are actually interesting. Alright, let's read this one. SCP-1609. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1609 is contained at Storage Site 08 due to the difficulty of transporting it from that location. 1609 is to be contained in a specially designed enclosure at that site, within a flower bed in which a range of aesthetically pleasing flowers and plants are to be cultivated. It is to be used as mulch within this flower bed. The flower bed is to be tended regularly, and all visitors to the enclosure must remark on the beauty of the flower bed, with particular emphasis on the quality of the mulch. Okay. SCP-1609 is to be removed from the flower bed at regular intervals so that it can be treated with wood, metal, and fabric preservatives. Personnel are to announce their intentions in the presence of SCP-1609 before attempting to remove it for this purpose. Personnel assigned to 1609 are required to wear plain clothes in order to prevent accidentally triggering a violent response from 1609. No items with motors are allowed within a 200-meter radius of SCP-1609's containment area. No personnel either presently or previously affiliated with the Global Occult Coalition, nor material referencing them, are allowed to be within Storage Site 08. In the event of a violent reaction from 1609, all personnel are to exit the immediate vicinity, and a message is to be played over the site's interior speakers informing site staff of the event. Should SCP-1609 be sighted outside of its containment area following a violent reaction, staff are to act in a submissive, non-threatening manner. Formal clothing, such as jackets, lab coats, protective clothing, jumpsuits, and particularly body armor, are to be removed if possible in the case of such an event, and any weapons capable of damaging 1609 are to be immediately discarded. Staff are to ask 1609 to return to containment without attempting to threaten or command it. Should 1609 exit Storage Site 08, agents are to be immediately dispatched in order to scan the surrounding area for 1609 and if possible to retrieve it. At present, there exists no way to totally prevent 1609 from breaching containment. Current containment procedures center on encouraging 1609 to remain within its containment area. Huh? So what is this thing? SCP-1609 is, at the present time, a pile of splinters, wood chippings, furniture nails, and scraps of a bleached leather and fabric weighing in total approximately blank kilograms. The wooden portions of 1609 are made of oak, and the nails are made of steel. What the fuck? Okay. SCP-1609 is capable of teleportation, being capable of moving its entire mass simultaneously between 2 points without any known limit. SCP-1609 usually uses this to bring its constituent parts together, when parts of 1609 have been removed from the mass, but 1609 can teleport its entire mass at once, on at least one occasion at a distance of blank kilometers. 1609 is capable of splitting its mass, though it does this rarely. Any amount of material removed from 1609's mass continues to display his own properties. 1609 has resisted all attempts to remove it from the confines of Storage Site 08, teleporting back to the site of its own accord. However, it has previously teleported out of Storage Site 08 for brief periods of time before returning, although this has only happened on blank occasions since its arrival in Foundation custody. SCP-1609 appears to be in some way sentient, as research indicates that it is able to perceive its environment in a manner that is currently poorly understood, and is able to react to stimuli in an intelligent fashion. Details of 1609's behavior are poorly understood, though it has been ascertained that it will react in self-preservation, and will react aggressively to certain stimuli which it connects with a threat to its existence. Aside from this, 1609 appears to prefer situations in which it is utilized by humans, and will actively seek out situations where it can be put to use if it is left idle. This is the reason for the Foundation's present use of SCP-1609 as mulch, as this prevents 1609 from becoming idle and attempting to leave storage site 08. It is theorized that SCP-1609 is capable of understanding human speech or thought, although this cannot be determined as it does not comply with tests designed to gauge its awareness of such stimuli. When exposed to a number of specific stimuli, 1609 will react violently. During a typical violent reaction from 1609, it will teleport a portion of its mass inside the lungs of nearby personnel, causing immediate and severe lacerations to the interior of the lungs, as well as pulmonary obstruction, which rapidly leads to the victim's death. Stimuli which can instigate a violent reaction from 1609 include personnel wearing the uniform of, or clothes similar to the uniform of, personnel affiliated with the Global Occult Coalition. Utterance of words or phrases used heavily or exclusively by GOC operatives, such as threat entity, while in contact with SCP-1609. Any action demonstrating hostility towards 1609, and the sound of a running motor. Violent responses from 1609 are rare. Only blank such events have occurred since containment. And SCP-1609 quickly reverts to a passive state after such response if it does not continue to feel threatened. 1609 arrived in Foundation custody on blank date, after teleporting into an unused containment cell at storage site 08 in its current state. Careful investigation has revealed that 1609 was originally a chair made of varnished oak and bleached leather, carved in the form of a reclining woman in a restful state. 1609 appears to have possessed its anomalous properties in the state, albeit with certain limitations, namely, that the object would only teleport when a person within a certain radius felt the need to sit down or rest without a comfortable seat or chair nearby. At this point, 1609 would teleport to them and remain in place until another person experienced a similar urge. Aww. On blank, both Foundation operatives and members of the Global Occult Coalition were made aware of the existence of SCP-1609, which was given the temporary designation of E622 due to the hard-to-contain nature of SCP-1609 and the possibility of its existence causing a breach of secrecy regarding the existence of supernatural phenomena. A small-scale effort to contain 1609 was launched by GOC forces. It is presently unknown how exactly GOC operatives captured 1609, but it is known that they succeeded in reducing the object into its current form using a wood chipper. Further attempts to destroy 1609 failed, due to its properties and ability to teleport away from sources of danger. Following this event, several members of the Occult Global Coalition died under unusual circumstances. Investigation through both official channels and embedded Foundation agents within the GOC has potentially linked SCP-1609 to at least 3 deaths of personnel within the Coalition, although the true number of casualties amassed due to their mishandling of the item is unknown. 1609 then arrived in Foundation custody. It is currently unknown how SCP-1609 was aware of the existence of the Foundation, although it is theorized that it entered Foundation custody due to a low risk of further damage to itself. Aww. Document 16091. SCP-1609 represents a perfect example of the flaws inherent in the operating procedure of the GOG, and serves as a cautionary tale for any members of the Foundation who disagree with our practices on containing dangerous objects. Prior to the Coalition getting their hands on this, it was perfectly harmless. A chair which teleports to you when you need a seat is normal compared to most of the stuff that we deal with on a regular basis. When they put it through a wood chipper, it got hurt, scared, and angry, so it lashed out at them. By trying to protect the world by destroying it, they inadvertently made the situation a whole lot worse. 1609 went from being harmless to deadly in the space of a few minutes because of the GOG, and we had to clean up the mess. Thankfully, 1609 is pretty simple for us to deal with. So long as we don't do anything stupid around it, it won't fight back and it won't try to leave. Even if it does, it usually comes back. I think I've worked out why. It came to us because it was afraid of the people who had hurt it. That's why it always comes back. It's afraid of the rest of the world now, and it's looking to us for protection. Aww. This is why we have special containment procedures instead of special destruction procedures. If you break something, it's broken forever. When you try to destroy an anomaly, you can't take back your mistakes. That's what SCP-1609 has to tell us. This is why we're right and the GOC is wrong, people. Dr. Sierberts. Aww. The poor thing was just a regular, friendly chair. And then he got destroyed, and now he's, way more deadly. Aww, the poor thing. Aww, what a poor baby. The GOC was so mean to it. Aww. So it just absolutely fucking hates that group now. And it's looking to the Foundation for safety. Aww. I wish I could sit on it. It got traumatized. Oh, the poor thing. It's actually really cute. Alright, everybody. One last one before we leave. What should be the last SCP that we read before we finish off this stream? Let's see. SCP-1610. 5094. It's not scary, but it's nice and a wholesome one. 049. What is 049? I would like a creepy one. We read plenty of, interesting ones. Oh, of course, the Plague Doctor. I think I should leave the Plague Doctor for, another chill reading, don't you think? That one is iconic. I want one that is scary, but is not that well known. How about this? Whenever we do another SCP chill reading, I will start with the iconic ones and then go, more and more and more, obscure as we go through the readings. 4521. SCP-4521. Please raise your voice. My hearing isn't what it used to be. What the hell? I don't want to scream right now. Oh. Oh, you guys know about the tomatoes? You guys know about the tomatoes? Critical tomatoes. Yeah, you guys don't know about the tomatoes. Let me read this one for you. Okay, you guys don't know this one. This one is actually really funny, but, like, interesting as well. Hold on. SCP-504. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All seeds, plants, fruit, crossbreeds, and other products of SCP-504 are to be classified as 504. 504 seeds need no special containment other than to prevent misuse by unauthorized personnel. Grown 504 plants and their fruit should be kept in a soundproofed room. Guards and researchers assigned to maturing and growing SCP-504 are to be equipped with radio-enabled masks which insulate non-transmitted sound, and are to be instructed to avoid all attempts at humor. SCP-504 is a species of tomato, physically and genetically identical to that of the typical commercially grown tomato. It was recovered in Blank, Kentucky, after a woman reported to the police that her farmer husband had been murdered by his lunch. The Foundation is currently working to identify and destroy loose strains of 504 in the surrounding commercial farming areas. Here we go. I love this one. I absolutely adore this one. When a poor attempt at humor is made verbally within human hearing range of SCP-504's tomatoes, they instantly accelerate to a speed of at least 100 miles per hour in the direction of the sound source. Only mature tomatoes, separated from their vines and less than 10% rotted or chemically compromised, exhibit this effect once each. Tomatoes do not have to be physically intact, though ingested tomatoes are usually insulated enough from the sound to prevent their effects before neutralization by stomach acid. SCP-504 tomatoes seem to reach speeds relative to the inciting attempt at humor. Relevant variables seem to include corniness, humor-to-length ratio, and use of puns. Language appears irrelevant. Note: whoever snuck 504 into the cafeteria kitchen is getting terminated. Those tomato slices are like fucking shurikens. Dr. Blast. Log of tests with SCP-504. Item: 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject: Prisoner 504-1. Spoken: Is a hippopotamus or just a really cool opotamus? Result: no change in velocity. Item: 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject: Prisoner 504-1. Spoken: What's an archaeologist? Someone whose career is in ruins. Result: tomato clocked at 124 miles per hour. Subject suffered a broken nose. Note: it appears that SCP-504 has a certain taste in jokes. This might indicate sapience. I hope not. Item: 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject: Prisoner 504-2. Spoken: 3 tomatoes are walking down the street. A papa tomato, a mama tomato, and a little baby tomato. Baby tomato starts lagging behind. Papa tomato gets angry, goes over to the baby tomato, and smooshes him, and says, "Catch up!" Result: tomato clocked at 264 miles per hour. Subject rendered unconscious. Item: 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject: Prisoner 3. Spoken: So, I was going to bed and my brother told me, "Good night, don't let the bed bugs stick their proboscis in your skin and suck your blood." Pause. Good luck on a healthy dermis. What? Results. 2-second pause before activity. Tomato clogged at redacted. Sound barrier broken. Subject is killed. Item. 3 mature 504 tomatoes, each from a different crossbreed. Subject. Prisoner 4. Spoken. If you have dentures, don't use artificial sweetener, cause you'll get a fake cavity. Result. All 3 tomatoes clogged at exactly 145 miles per hour. Subject injured. 2 teeth dislodged. Item. 1 single SCP-504 tomato, split into quarters. Subject. Prisoner 5. Spoken. I tried to walk into target, but I missed. All 4 pieces clogged at 212 miles per hour. Subject severely injured. Right eye destroyed by a piece of tomato. God fucking damn it. Item. 1 mature 504 tomato. Subject. CD player playing Harmful If Swallowed, 2003, Dane Cooked. Result. At blank, tomato clocked 167 miles per hour. The CD player was destroyed. It works on recordings? Damn it. Didn't even have to deal with the Class Ds in the first place. Item. 3 mature SCP-504 tomatoes, 1 for each test subject. Subject. After the introduction to the following news item, bomb blows hole in Lenin statue. 3 following jokes were made. Test subject 1. Oh, that's gonna leave a marks. Result. Tomato number 1 twitched, but did not displace from its original location. Test subject 2. BBC is just stalling the good news. Tomato clocked at 152 miles per hour. Chipped tooth and hairline jaw fracture. Test subject 3. That blows. Tomato clocked at blank. Subject is hospitalized with massive skull fracture. Notes. I thought we'd established that recordings work in place of live subjects. I know how much you guys hate the Class Ds. Especially D50412. Poor guy might not even recover before termination rolls around. But I'm making it clear that whoever oversaw this round of testing is getting a serious reprimand. The same goes for whoever leaked its video logs to the staff. Item. 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject. Television playing the SNL Sarah Palin and Hillary Clinton skit. Result. Tomato reacted as if it was confused. Slow motion video shows 3 separate bursts of speeds, excess of 200 miles per hour. 2 incidences of motion at normal throwing speeds, and 1 unprecedented instance of backward motion, all in 1 trajectory. Dr. King hypothesizes that the tomato was unsure whether or not to take it seriously. Item. 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject. A portable computer playing a pre-recorded engineering joke. Transcript. 2009 is going to be a complex year. We already know the real part. We still have to find the imaginary part. Result. Supersonic blast detected. Computer was completely vaporized by the tomato's kinetic energy. Sensor readings indicate an approximate speed of 3,500 kilometers. Oh my god. Item. 1 mature SCP-504 tomato. Subject. A portable computer playing a partial audio recording of the Monty Python sketch, The Funniest Joke in the World. Transcript. When is das Nunstruct get on Slaughtermimer? Ha. Behertunth das oder die Flipperwald Gersput. Result: tomato explodes. Debris clocked at 137 miles per hour. Computer heavily coated by debris. Keyboard ruined by exposure to liquid matter. All other components proved functional after cleanup. What the fuck? One mature 504 tomato. Subject: a portable computer playing the text of SCP-904. Results: blank. What the fuck? Finally, we're gonna do one last suggestion from the chat. We're gonna listen to Pam Bean Weirdo, who donated $10. If this doesn't count for the last SCP, I'd highly recommend SCP-4975 Time's Up. Okay. 4975 Time's Up. Oh, what the hell is that? Alright. Azazel says, "Good morning, Chad and Phil. Are you still reading?" Yep. I'm about to finish with this last one. Pam Bean Weirdo says, "Ah yes, this guy got me into SCPs." Alright, let's listen to this one. SCP-4975. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4975 is to be contained in a standard steel containment cell. Human contact with SCP-4975 is prohibited. In case of a containment breach, any Foundation personnel persistently hearing a rhythmic cracking noise are to isolate themselves from other people and patiently wait until 4975 is put back in its containment chamber, or the cracking stops. Description: 4975 is a vaguely humanoid entity with various avian attributes, the most notable of which is its beak. Its body structure is long and thin overall, and its limbs taper off into formless extremities, lacking distinct digits. A thick, hardened skin layer covers the entirety of its body, including its beak. Its cervical vertebrae are not interconnected, and appear to be able to move independently of one another. 4975 continuously rotates them, one vertebra at a time, from back to front, ending with its head, in a rhythmic fashion. This produces a clicking or cracking sound with each movement. 4975 only stops moving its neck in this manner when it is preparing to attack. 4975 has been observed to stalk future victims for extended periods of time before finally deciding to attack. Sometimes as long as 10 months or more. It kills its victim by means of its appendages, which it uses to bludgeon and tear at the victim's body. It will always eat the cadaver afterward, and an average adult human appears to last it about 3 months. 4975 is thought to be the subject of multiple folk tales from Germany, its country of origin. Evidence of 4975 dates back as far back as 1538, with both written and visual artistic depictions of it having been uncovered from that time period. There are also multiple German nursery rhymes that are thought to concern 4975, one of which can be found in Addendum 4975B. Despite SCP-4975's permanent presence in its containment cell, new incidents and sightings continue to be reported from its region of origin. Investigation by Foundation operatives is currently underway. Wait, no. The investigation discontinued indefinitely. Reclassification of SCP-4975 to Keter class is currently pending. See Addendum 4975-A. Addendum 4975-A. The following event log details the contents of a video captured by the body cam of one of the Foundation operatives investigating the recent 4975-related reports near the Black Forest, Germany. No audio was recorded. Forward. Foundation operatives were investigating a Freiburg citizen who had told local law enforcement that he had been hearing a rhythmic clicking noise for over 4 months, and that someone was stalking him. The operatives had taken him into their custody and told law enforcement that he experienced paranoia and auditory hallucinations due to side effects of chemotherapy he was receiving at the time as a cover-up. The following was recorded on the day that they had ordered the man to show them where he had last seen 4975. Several armed Foundation operatives are walking in a wooded area. One can be seen talking into a handheld receiver. A Freiburg citizen is among them. He appears to be out of breath and nervous, looking around frantically and clutching his arms to his chest. After a few minutes go by, he freezes in place. He says something and points towards a tree. Some of the operatives turn to see what he's looking at. They appear confused. There is nothing behind the tree visible on camera. The man seems to panic and stumbles backwards, still pointing at nothing. Notes: according to surveillance footage, at this exact time, 4975 had stopped rotating its neck and was instead staring motionless at the southeastern corner of its containment cell. Suddenly, the local man is forcibly thrown to the ground. He is struck multiple times in the head and torso by an unseen aggressor. Several operatives fire at the presumed source of the attack, but hit nothing. One attempts to grab the man and drag him away, but a large wound starts appearing on his midriff, from where he seems to be anchored. The operative gives up, and after attempting to move the man, only further tears open the wound. The operative talking into the handheld transceiver then raises his firearm and shoots the local man in the head, killing him. After a few moments, strips of flesh start to get ripped off the head, and body, one by one. Once the strips are completely detached from the body, they vanish. At this time, SCP-4975, which had not yet been fed, appeared to be eating. Oh God. Addendum 4975-B. An old nursery rhyme from Germany, believed to be about 4975. It has lost most of its rhythmic scheme due to being translated from German. Tick-tock, the cuckoo clock ticks. Cuckoo, the bird inside sings. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. As ticks the time, so ticks your hearts. May you live long as you hear its song. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Listen close, for when it stops, the hatchling comes out of its home. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick. Did you hear it? Did it stop? My child, it meant your time was up. Ugh. Weird bird creature thing. Oh well. That was a good reading. I'm pretty tired right now myself, so I think we'll end it off for tonight. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that, though. That was a fun stream, yeah. I think I will do more SCP readings for the chill reading stream. We will start like this. We will start with really popular SCPs and then work our way down to like the more obscure ones. There are literally thousands of entries in this place. I really like it. Same. Good night, Phil. Sleep well. Thank you. I can't believe that. Okay, out of all the ones that we read, my favorite one has to be the IKEA. That weird, like, never-ending IKEA thing. It was, like, the best. I knew it existed, I just didn't ever, like, actually properly read it. So that was a fun treat, for sure. What do we gotta do tomorrow? Tomorrow we gotta play Among Ashes, and we gotta watch the Game Awards. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Alright, everybody. I'll go crash a little bit, maybe eat something before I go to bed. Hopefully you enjoyed the reading, though. I think that we're gonna make these streams like a feature of the Toxic Cesspit from now on. Because, like, they're really fun to do. I get to relax, read something that I'm interested in, and people genuinely feel relaxed after, like, hearing them. Thank you so much for dropping by. Oh shit. I accidentally muted myself. Sorry about that. Anyways. I have no idea what I said before this point, but whatever. I'll see everybody later for another round of drinks at the Toxic Lounge. Bye bye.